This is Gamer 1745 here. We're going to be playing Hearts of Iron 3's Black Ice 11.2. And we're playing as the United States. So if you're interested, please stay around. We're just getting started here. Yeah, all right. Checking things out, making sure that this is going to go well. All right, and of course, we are currently live, yes, live on the interwebs. Man, it's multiple interwebs this time. It's Facebook, Twitch, Twitter, and of course, YouTube. So, hello, everyone out there. And yes, this will also, they can't do it live yet. Well, not part of Restream Live, at least. It will be up later. Hi, everyone who watches that, and they'll get a few views over there on Rumble as well. So lots of alternatives to watch all of this. Right, okay, so we have a lot of officers. So, well, let's start making an episode here. I know we just sort of got an introduction here, hopefully with the various service. Oh, and as we play, we will be talking about the United States in the 1930s and how what it was like back then. What it was like back then. So, all right. Welcome back, fellow armchair generals. Yes, this is Gamer 1745 here. We're playing United States of America with Hearts of Iron 3's Black Ice. And we're going to continue. It is middle July of 1938. One decision, we're not going to deal with stockpiles of fuel. We're going to wait a little bit to see if we need, well, we can change that. We'll do now. We may be overdoing it. I don't know. Coal is, we're not producing enough of it. So they're very, obviously we will have, as time goes on, better coal or coal processing down here, but we're in a bit of a deficit element of it. So I figure I'm building a bunch more, or expanding the coal mines as it were. And hello, Arno. How are you doing? Okay, trade deal will last for a year. Trade with Soviet Union. Another deal. And hello, John. How are you doing today? Okay. Manganese, that's surplus one. Let's see, we're not building any armor right now. And yeah, we could help them out. So let's go with this, and we could use a little bit of money here to help us out. Well, I'm doing very well, gentlemen. I'm glad to hear you're doing well. Ah, Arno's watching over on Facebook too. Good. I'm getting messages from there. I'm glad it's working. Single engine fighter prototype has advanced, and this is the wrong button there. Okay, grayed out, but it's unlock and research these. So we're going to go with Aero Engines 1938. Oh, okay, so we won't. I like to know that what I'm actually clicked on is actually being researched. Well, do all of that reinforcement. No, not that much. Right about there. Just get some reinforcements coming along. We could continue with having this level of surplus in supplies. And we are expanding our coal industry mentioning industry right now. Uh-oh, what's going on here? Hilo, Hawaii Massacre. The Hilo Massacre was an incident that occurred on August 1st, 1938 in Hilo, Hawaii, where over 70 police officers attempted to disband 200 unarmed protesters during a strike, injuring 50 of the demonstrators in their attempts to disband the crowd. The officers tear gassed, hosed, and finally fired their riot guns, leading to 50 injuries but no deaths. Okay. Well, it's good that nobody died. This is sort of commentary on what's going on here. I don't know, and I'm viewing just what's being done. Don't know where. Oh, Hilo over here. Okay. Didn't know where Hilo was. Well, I'll tell you. There's one thing. There's one incorrect thing. I don't know if it's a lie. A lie isn't. A lie is an intentional mistruth. Okay. When Colin Powell, who I never met or didn't know, but a family member knew very well, served together in Vietnam for a year, so knew very well. When Colin Powell went to the UN and talked about weapons of mass destruction, in Iraq, he was not lying, but he was wrong. They want to push that out as a lie. They chose to believe an Iraqi defector who I've seen a documentary on it. So an Iraqi defector who had been in and around Saddam Hussein's weapons of mass destruction programs, and he was somebody who, shall we say, was in the know, air quotes, who would have known about the possibilities. Maybe not every secret program or everything or all the details, but was someone who could be believed, or whose information he. Okay, I'm trying to be very careful in my statements here because you can disagree with me. That's fine. I'm not worrying about people disagreeing with me here, but I'm trying to be correct in what I'm saying. He was the type of person that would have access to the information, and he was a defector. He because, and I forget the details, but had become very anti-Saddam Hussein, and he said things verbally to the American intelligence agencies, and the American intelligence agencies believed him. I think probably multiple reasons, but one of them, I think it's confirmation bias. If you think somebody's a crook, and somebody comes up and gives you, well, this person did this, this, and this. Well, you already thought he was a crook, so you're going to believe the person when he tells you the things it did wrong, without any evidence, without any specific. Just generally, oh, he's always done this or this other thing, not citing a specific incident. So it was this defector who lied to the Americans, and the Americans chose to believe him. When I say chose to, I don't want to make it out to being as, oh, they knew it was wrong. No, they just didn't. It was sometimes with the news, if it's too good to be true, it probably isn't. Well, it was the type of information they thought was the case, and so they believed it. And so Colin Powell did not lie to the UN and I don't think he would be willing to lie to the UN in such a way. I mean, it's one thing to lie for operational secrets. Oh, we don't have any secret operators in your country, doing a thing. And of course there are, and he may know about it, but you can't let that out. But some general thing like that, I don't think he would lie knowingly, and because lie is knowingly doing it. So, and I know we jumped to Colin Powell and all this, but so the U.S. government did not lie. They were just wrong. Someone lied to the U.S. government, and the U.S. government did not go to any efforts to independently confirm the story, the information. They didn't go and try to see if somebody else, or if there's somebody else that is not in contact with this guy would give the same story, or if they go get physical evidence. So they just chose to believe this guy, is why I'm putting it this way. And so I'm going with the idea that the U.S. government didn't lie, and people want to either, whether it's to smear the Bush administration, to smear the U.S. government, to smear the U.S., whatever, they want to go with this narrative of they lied and people died. Well, I don't think, like I said, they did not lie. But so I don't know if this person is lying or is incorrect. And I'm going on a presumption here. A presumption. Hello, Song Tung. How you doing? I'm going on a presumption that this person is incorrect here. Try to disband 200 unarmed protesters during a strike. Okay. I have not been to every strike out there that's existed, obviously. But I've been at a couple, I've physically been at and around a couple. And I have seen television and photographs. And I've never seen an unarmed strike. They're almost always armed, the strikers. Because, see, what they normally do is they carry these things called signs, which is like a piece of cardboard with writing on it. And what is holding most of the time? A stick. Okay? So they have sticks with them that you could beat somebody over the head with them. They're normally fairly, they're not like baseball bats maybe, but they're normally sticks. So the idea that these are unarmed protesters. Now, I don't know if these protesters, prior to the police trying to break it up, were trying to commit violence. But most protesters that you feel you need to disband protesters, normally these people are physically blocking access to whatever facilities they may be. I'm not sure, occurred Hilo mass protesters. Because if they're just sort of like off in a park somewhere, being non-violent, going, hey, we don't like, gas prices. Gas prices are too high. The police aren't going to come over and break them up. They're just going to go, oh, there's protesters over there as they drive by. But if they're all standing out in front of gas stations, blocking somebody to buy gas, well, then that's what they do. So this idea of needing to put in unarmed is, I believe, like I say, I wasn't there, is incorrect. Because also a lot of Americans carry pocket knives and other things. Now, they might not have been armed with guns or machine guns or had tear gas or Molotov cocktails. I'm not saying any of that. But, so this is editorializing. So I see things like that. It's, okay. And they're here, they're going to be put down. We also had over here in, this right now, Portland or, this is Port Orford. Okay, that's different than Portland, Oregon. Portland, here. Yeah, I thought it was, yeah, I don't know. Port Ford is currently in a state of rebellion, though I would say Portland is to some degree right now in America. So yeah. Okay, Andrew Higgins has a solution. This is interesting. We're going to take a look at that. Okay, look at we're now neutral on Libya. We lost surplus at armored HQs has advanced. Okay, armored HQs, 1938. Well, I want more Marine HQs earlier. Let's move. Oh, that's right. We have too many still. We need to get down here. Okay. Andrew Higgins has a solution. Higgins Industry, we'll maybe get theirs down in New Orleans area. Okay, President and other nations such as Japan and England have been experimenting with so-called amphibious assault craft. This is 1938. They may have been. Okay, I know they do eventually, but 38 seems a bit early. These small ships are designed to land men and equipment on remote beaches with ease. Handy. With ease. Handy, no doubt. And Mr. Andrew Higgins of Higgins Industry is eager to let us trials his Eureka boats down in New Orleans. Yeah, I'm getting there. Funny name these things. Funny name those things you call sir. Your call sir. Okay, I don't know what they're trying to be with all that. Historically, Andrew Higgins was the founder and owner of Higgins Industries, the New Orleans-based manufacturer of the Higgins boats. During World War II, General Dwight Eisenhower quoted as saying, "Andrew Higgins is the man who won the war for us. If Higgins had not designed and built those LCVPs, we never could have landed over an open beach. The whole strategy of the war would have been different." Even Adolf Hitler recognized his heroic war efforts in ship production and bitterly dubbed him the new Noah. Okay, well, let's talk a little bit about Higgins boats. Higgins boats definitely had this type of landing craft here. You see with a bow ramp, that's a little command bridge you can sort of see right there. Basically, it's a somewhat armored box designed to stop, just regular machine gun bullets, basically, that one man stands in. And then down here is whether it's like Marines or soldiers going ashore, or in this model, you could put like one Sherman tank in there and get it ashore, or a couple of Jeeps or something like that. In this model of Higgins boats, and they're smaller and they're larger. Now, he also develops a tractored, I think it was him, a tractored landing craft as well, and that becomes the Marines use in the Pacific. And he's doing that, and in that it has, it's a floating landing craft, but it has big tracks to crawl up onto the beach, and across coral reefs, and things like that. Now, like I say, this is okay. I'm sure we're going to do this here. I think my understanding is that delivered to Higgins boats comes around later. The British, prior to the development, again, to my understanding, I have to look this up in this commentary, prior to the development, and then they sort of mention it in here, the British come up with a very fast landing craft that is because Higgins was a civilian boat designer, commercial kind of stuff before the war, and he continues to some degree make maybe eventually swapping over entirely to landing craft, but for a while he just sort of has some of his standard sort of boats and civilian ones, and painting them gray and selling them to the Navy is just sort of like, hey, boats to go between your ship to the port or whatever, running around ports and whatnot. So just utility boats, if you will. basically commercial boats that are painted gray, and you run around the harbors with for the Navy. And I know they made those for a while, continued to make those for a little while. And so you can make fast boats, but the British developed this in around 1940, because I really think Higgins is only coming up or putting these into production after the war is really getting going. The British have these really fast, lightly armored. They're actually a little bit of armor on them. Landing craft that they use for their commando raids. And they continue to use these things, including on D-Day. But they're smaller than most Higgins boats. I mean, some of the Higgins boats are smaller than this. And the Japanese use a much more cruder type of landing boat that does have a front ramp, but it's fairly crude. So yeah, they've already been doing this stuff. So what I'm saying is the British should. He's just sort of taking the British design here, that existed, and enlarging it, because the British one is smaller, and I think making a hell of a lot more of them, putting them into much better production. Hello, Brady. How you doing? Hope things are good with you. Okay, landing. Yes. Okay, so we're going to landing craft flotillas, which are here. Okay, good. And that's one of the reasons I've been. It looks interesting, but these can wait. Now we're gonna 15,000 money and supplies. Yeah, I guess we can do that. It's going to be expensive, but that now unlocks all of these, which are where we could do the bow ramps and machine gun position. Good to hear. Good to hear. Like it when people are doing well. The Germans never, to my knowledge, purpose-build landing craft. They definitely understand the use of them, and they mostly are converting barges, which are rather flat-bottom boats anyways, into landing craft. They're more, and they actually build take pre-existing barges and build bow ramps into them to come up onto the beach. The Italians, I don't think they're ever doing anything to that scale. The Italians just don't have destroyer class advance. Okay, small warship. Mm-hmm. Right. Okay. So those are all 39. So what we can do is come over here and do sort of bow ramps. The Soviets, they just don't have the need or the industrial capacity to build them. So it's mainly the U.S., Britain, and Japan that has what we would consider landing craft in one format or another. Mm-hmm. Industrial production, is that over here? 1940. Okay, that is way too far in advance to research at this time. Some things I'm quite willing to push a little early, especially if they give us a benefit, like an industrial zone. That's worth doing early. I think we'll come down here and do air. To get back before I got distracted, on we're trying to develop America here industrially. The problem, export of zinc to Bulgaria, no thank you. The problem at this time in America and industrial production is who's going to buy your product? Whatever the product is, who is going to buy your product? Whether the product is a machine tool, something that will, make toasters or, uh, make automobiles or whatever, a machine tool, or, so something that is basically I don't take these really to mean that we're doing a whole lot of laying of bricks and putting up steel beams into buildings. We're doing some of that with this, but this is as much about just building machine tools as I take this as it is about building the physical infrastructure on buildings here. Whether it's that, because if a company isn't selling its products, what does it need? More machine tools, or who's going to buy toasters because of the depression? So there just really isn't. Hello, Havak, I guess is how you pronounce that. I don't know. How you doing? And so the U.S. is really having trouble at this time because it just does not have anybody to sell anything to. The commercial CAG torpedoes, let's that's okay here, 38. So let's move over to wow. So many people are out of work. No one wants to expand their factories. If you have a factory that you can keep running because you can sell your goods, it's probably many of them, I should say, factories are operating at less than full capacity. And so it is just a situation in which everything is stagnant. There is industrial efficiency advance. Let's continue. Research. You can call. Okay, Tina. Hello, Tina. And there's a lot of reason. Trying to, because I don't want to give you wrong information about what's going on at the time. And I don't have a lot of details, and I'm not trying to give you a lot of details. Okay, pause this here. We have too many diplomats, so we don't need. Okay, well, we're not doing anything. We have more than enough officers, so let's lock this down. Let's unlock this, and we're going to go down to about 2 officers for right now. We'll need them eventually, but we can spike this up. Espionage. Well, let's take a look at our spying. Trying to how to phrase what's going on. Who do we want to try to influence, spy on more than we're doing? Not really. I'm good for right now. So what I want to do here is come over here and just a bit, because we're building up a few extra spies. Let's reduce that down. You got to understand the tax burden that is set up on major corporations and on individuals. If you're making hourly wages, in working in a coffee shop, working in some factory or something, you're not paying too heavy of taxes. Okay, it's not that big of a deal. But as you make more and more money, you're paying higher and higher percentage of taxes, up to the point that you're literally paying like 90% of the money you make at a certain level. And so, meaning if you're making like $50,000, this is incorrect information, but just generally showing it. The first, say, $10,000, you may be paying 20% tax on it. The next $40,000, you may be paying 50% of tax on it. So you look at that. So $40,000, you have $20,000 of income. Now, if you make $100,000 in a year, which is a very hell of a lot of money back then, it's the money between you're making between $50,000 and $100,000, so $50,000 on like that. Let's say you're maybe paying 90% on. So if you make anything more than $50,000, these are just round numbers, you're hardly going to get anything back, because if you're going to have to, the $50,000, 90%, so you're only going to make $5,000. Okay, so if you make $50,000, you would get about what, $30,000 back, because the 10% or whatever. So it's not, a little bit more than that. So let's say, $28,000, and then between $50,000 and $100,000, the max you can make is another like $5,000 if you make all of that money, because they put up, and it's more graduated than that. I've sort of stepped it harsher, but it's that kind of thing. So the more, if you start making too much money, they just start taxing it all. So there is no point. Got to understand this. There is no point in making more money, because you don't get more income. It just goes to the government. So when, it's the 90%, because it goes up to like 90% tax rate. A lot of it's like 70% or whatever after whatever prices. So there is no point for anyone to try to make more money. And they do this for multiple reasons. One of the reasons is income inequality. Got to do something about income inequality. These rich people, they need to pay their fair share. I think you may have heard people talk about that in today's times as well. But they talk about income inequality. Well, what the problem is, people will then shut down and not expand or do more. And so if you're talking about a business, if you've got 10 people working for you and your factory's sort of chugging along okay, or your business, whatever, it could be a store or whatever, you're very, very reluctant to add more people to your payroll, because if you start selling more stuff, you're going to pay more taxes. So they're actually keeping business from expanding by what the government's doing. And an individual, see, this is what an individual will do with more money, is they will spend it. Now, the government will spend it too, but they spend it in a different way. And see, here's the thing. The government will spend it on relief, okay, is what it was called back then, as relief. There was a director or something like that refused check because it takes in the early 50s, it was insane. Yes, absolutely. Because it was, a lot of the stuff, Brady, was not really, some of it had been removed, but it wasn't really finally the not World War, well, some of it is World War II, but most of it is the New Deal, FDR's tax burdens. It was John F. Kennedy, the Democratic president. It was the one that finally removed all of the stuff in the early 60s, before I was born, so it finally clears it off. So, there's a lot of people that don't want to earn more money, because if you you start earning more money, you actually start earning less money, and so they just don't want that kind of stuff, that kind of problems. And so if your business starts to do better and starts to make more money, then you have to pay more business income tax, which means the business doesn't make as much money. And because they can't just raise the price of, because taxes, who pays taxes? Business taxes. Who pays it? Not the company. The customer, okay, pays taxes. Oh, I know the company pays it into the government, yes, because the government collects it from the company, whether it's a sales tax or whether it's a income tax. All of that ultimately comes out of the pockets of the customer. So that you got to understand that. So if you have a product like a toaster, I just want to use a generic thing. 91% it goes up to. And I think that's just federal and not necessarily state income taxes too. So it might have got even worse than that at times. I don't know all the details, Brady, as it goes around. But so as you're going along here, he's trying to sell toasters. You might be able to sell toasters at, say, $5 a toaster. But you can't sell toasters at $6 a toaster because your customers can't afford it. So if you make too many toasters and sell too many toasters, then you have too much income. The government's going to take more of that money away, and so you to balance that out, you have to raise the price of your toasters. So the government is doing everything they can to flatline the economy. And so it takes customers to get this situation going. Now, the customers that get this situation going are the wrong kind of customers. Because the customers that get this thing, I don't know how people were not up in arms and over that. Well, Brady, desperate people do desperate things, okay? And there's a lot of propaganda going out that people, just hear the message. I don't know if there's any propaganda today. I'm sure there's not. No one's giving, follow the science type propaganda that changes every 10 minutes. But, I'm sure it's not propaganda. I'm sure that's just all truthful, good stuff. People are desperate. The depressions, the Dust Bowl, it's really hit America hard. So it just really, really, there's a really bad situation, and they make it worse. But they also, as they make it worse, they make it less of an impact on the individual in the country. So meaning all the relief, whether it's a soup kitchen that's giving out free, soup and bread to people, free, or whether it's relief payments, money, it's keeping the people fed, not necessarily keeping them housed, because like today, particularly in California, but in other places, you have, homeless. There's hobo camps all over America. People living in hobo families, not just, the hobo who rides the rails that people used to dress up as Halloween, as somebody as sort of romantic as, the idea. And hey, people bumming around, riding the rails, checking out places, doing a few hours of work here and there, getting paid, doing stuff, odd jobs, and seeing America. That sounds sort of romantic. And for a single guy, yeah, that's sort of maybe not so terrible. No, I mean, you don't want to have a life of that, but it doesn't sound, in and of itself so terrible for a few years. But, and we see drug problems, and of course there's alcohol problems going on here. So, but they do a lot of stuff to mitigate, to make it less bad on people. And I'm sure there's going to be, people can dispute this, and I'm sure, but there's not widespread starvation in America in 1938, okay? That doesn't mean that everybody's bellies are full every day, but it's people aren't starving to death, okay? That there isn't really that sort of a situation going on. So the government in that way actually, I think, is handling it fairly well for a nation, of the scale of America. It's both federal and state governments that are doing this. That end of it's very well. It's the how to pay for it that's keeping everything down. Wouldn't it be better? Whatever happened to soup kitchens? Well, I can tell you. Soup kitchens disappear when everybody has work. Okay? And so this is where I was getting to is you don't need relief if everybody has work. Now, you go, oh, well, single mom with 3 kids. Okay, yeah. Or, hey, some, crippled person, whether crippled in the war or crippled at birth or has some other, health issues that can't work. Yeah, okay. I'm not arguing against the idea of helping people in need. But if everybody has a job, then you don't need soup kitchens. And by, 1942, 1943, everybody in America had a job who wanted a job. Everybody in America had a job. They were hiring. They'd hire you because there was so many men, and very few women, but so many men going into the armed forces, and you needed Army troops here, Army troops here. For whatever, there's all kinds of reasons, whether it's a training camp or whether it's, they're using some of them were some black units that were building roads that had military function, building roads up in Alaska. So there's soldiers doing all kinds of work and things, not just make work, but doing a lot of military needs. Oklahoma here, I know because of my dad, it goes back to World War II. The Navy had some major bases, or at least a major base in Oklahoma for munitions storage, and it definitely was built during World War II. Why does the Navy have it in Oklahoma? It's in the center of the United States. You bring in the 5-inch gun shells from whatever factory, you put them in a base here, and then you ship them either to the Pacific or to the Atlantic. It was in the center of the United States. So you needed a Navy base with a bunch of sailors there, that were moving the ammunition around. So these are guys wearing Navy uniforms. They're in the Navy now, but they're in the middle of Oklahoma, and they may have never seen the sea because of their Great Lakes. There's forget exactly where, but there's a major Navy training base that was established up here. So they may have never seen the sea. Sailors that may have never seen the sea, never gone to the sea, are working in a Navy base in the center of the United States. So everybody has a job, and the only body that really has any sort of soup kitchens are soldiers or military people, and they're generally set up for soldiers in transit. As they're moving around. There's the famous Hollywood canteen that's made it into some movies, sort of an entertainment. Soldiers off duty, soldiers, outside of soldiers' bases, soldiers in transit, because they would be moved, get orders, go to someplace in New York, and with those orders, wherever they were, they could get on a train basically and ride that train for free. If they have orders that are, oh, you're in Chicago, go to New York. And I don't know all the details of how it worked, but basically my understanding is that you didn't have to have a ticket. You just showed up at the train. I have my orders. It says I should report as soon as possible to some location in New York City or New Jersey or wherever it is. And you just got on the train. Well, how do they eat? Well, they're not necessarily, these soldiers or sailors aren't necessarily getting paid every day because they're moving around. They haven't got to their new base to set up for their new pay. Well, there are, soup kitchens, if you will, type of situations where they can just stop in and get food as they're moving around. It's free to, and these are run by the U.S.A. mainly, but other organizations as well. And so to feed people, transiting, sometimes as groups, sometimes as, individuals, getting shipped around America. So everybody is basically, we have basically 100% employment. And if there's unemployment in some particular area, there's another places out in California or wherever are screaming for workers, and so just come in, work, and for all of the workers that are actually working in the defense industry, building an airplane, there's people that are working in a coffee shop across the street, or a restaurant of some sort across the street from there, so that they feed the people that are working in the factory, or they're doing other sort of jobs that support the home front, just as in working in stores, working in whatever that is going on. So there's basically 100% employment, and so the soup kitchen disappears. And in the 50s and the 60s, the economy is going boomingly, so that most places you don't need a soup kitchen now. And I say most places in that they don't need huge government programs. There are still soup kitchens that are run by charities, often religious, but not always, but charities, and things like that, that continue on. But we solve our problem. But the problem with all of that is it's the wrong type of customer. And this is why you continue with the high taxes that Brady has been mentioning. Because all of these workers are making good money, but they have nothing to spend it on. Because workers are not going and buying a machine gun and then going and buying ammo and shooting it with their money. They have all this money sitting around. They're getting paid. But they have rationing for a lot of things. Other things are just unavailable because there's no new automobiles. There are very, very few 1942 model automobiles of any of the major manufacturers. There are a few. There are a handful, because you start making them in 1941 for 1942. But with Pearl Harbor, they almost immediately shut it down at the beginning of 1942. And all the automobile manufacturers go over to war production, whether they're building trucks, building tanks, or Chrysler builds the Bofors anti-aircraft guns. They build like 40,000 of them or something during the war. Chrysler does alone, and there's at least one other manufacturer. I live in Columbus, GA, Fort Benning, and the World War II build up here helped build Columbus and many of the towns in America. Absolutely. And so there is definitely a for various reasons, including just to please congressmen and senators. I mean, to disperse some of this production. Some of it is because it's near, but some of it is also practical because it's near resources or near a certain ports or whatever. So instead of just building like all factories around New York, well, let's try to get 10% of New Yorkers to move somewhere else where there are new factories, whether it's still in the Northeast or out in the West. There is a distribution type stuff going on with what's happening. And so since the customers for all the products, even before America enters the war, the customers are foreign governments, you have all this pent up money that you have to suck back out of the system, or you're going to get high inflation. They don't want to have that to happen either, because if you don't ration stuff, but there's a limit to something. There's only one factory making toasters in America, and they're only producing 100 a day. Well, instead of $5, well, somebody will give you $10. Well, somebody will give you $20. I got plenty of money. I'll give you $40 for a toaster, and that creates inflation, and they want to keep that down. So there's multiple ways. Some of it is the war bonds, trying to get people to buy war bonds that will eventually be paid out with a slight profit on them, but it's also patriotic duty. They're doing all kinds of programs to suck the money out of the system while keeping the system going. And it's the wrong, so we get customers and we get the economy going, and it's the wrong type of customers. But America's sufficiently well, Chrysler doesn't go out of business after the war. It goes back from making anti-aircraft guns, goes back to making automobiles efficiently. So the workers transition, shall we say. Okay, heavy cruiser armor thickness advanced. So I'm just trying to give people a sense of is it here? No. Of what the world is like, and oh, maybe it's over here. Heavy cruisers. Okay, 41. Yep. Stop that. And what's going on and why it's going on in America, which is different than what is happening in. Give me something other than. I don't know. Did it not take? We've increased here. That's right. So we've increased there a bit. We can research more things. It's different than what's going on in Germany at this time because now they have okay. Yeah, we're gonna keep the 39. I want to get those better submarines researched up and going. Holding wings. Let's do that and self-dealing tank. Now, what is different between today and this time is that we have both from government payments and from cruiser horizontal, yeah, as well as from jobs, we have a surplus of money in the system and a lack of production going on that is the problem and is causing problems for us. Okay, Maytag Strike. Okay, in 1938, Maytag, they're currently at least a major producer in washing machines, as in, well, maybe dishwashing too, but definitely laundry, washing machines and dryers. Provoked strikes. And I'm partially saying this, I know many of Americans know this, but I don't know overseas viewers know some of these names. Provoked strikes by the company's workers because of 10% pay cut. The company was able to beat the strike because of the intervention of 4 military companies, including a machine gun company of the 113th Cavalry Regiment, National Guard. Okay, well, here they're saying troops were brought in, but they're not saying that there was any violence used by the troops. Okay. I'm believing the basic fact that these things existed. I know I was tearing apart the one and that there wasn't, or that there were armed people of a sort there. And why do you think the company was trying to cut workers' pay by 10%? Big, greedy, fat guy smoking a cigarette who wanted more money? You really think so? I mean, it may have been, but you really think so? I mean, that's what they would be, set up to think, but probably you needed to cut costs to keep the business open. Light carrier anti-aircraft armament. Okay. 39. Probably other 38s are more useful. Okay, yeah, right here we can go. We can do CAG fighter focus. More useful, better efficient. Okay, let's look at it. We're at 104 negative on coal. We've got a bunch of these in progress. Some will be multiple. And these are going to give us, oh, did I really want to do that? Minnesota, Minneapolis, probably. Mm-hmm. It's Detroit, obviously. Omaha. Nothing ever interesting happens out here, which is sort of good. Um, I know this geography because, oh, well, hey, there was an American Revolution fought along here. There was American Civil War. So when interesting things happen, I definitely pay. Okay, well, I don't. Okay, well, uh, like Minneapolis Ridge. Um, there we are. Okay, right? Did I? Well, I just went here. Rares. Well, okay, we can continue that. Really, what I wanted to do is coal field. I think we'll do two. We have enough for now, but we're going to need more. These will all, the coal amount will vary upon how big the underlying coal fields are. These things are silly. Belgium wants to destroy. Well, okay, you have a destroyer, Belgium. Don't know what you're going to do with a destroyer, but hey, knock yourself out. What about the AI really thinks they need a destroyer for? Import of zinc. Let's trade. Who? Paraguay. No, thank you. Okay, motorized HQs have advanced. Nice. Encryption machines advanced. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, we'll move that to decryption. And we can come down here and we can do things like I sort of started to do once before. And let's hit both of these. Yes, we want this. Yes, we want this. Okay. And bunch of all stacked up here. Okay. Um, that's all of them there. Right. Well, what we're going to do is look here and go, okay, let's send one over to Montgomery, Alabama. We can send, let's down to Savannah. Yeah, these Confederates, they need some Yankee occupation forces, of course. We can send one down to Pensacola. Okay. With those guys moving around, Mountain Gorge, where are they located? They're up here. Okay, well, good. What I'm sort of kind of doing is looking at where I think there might be outbreaks of unpleasantness and or reducing Mention where there's sort of some more industry. So down to Springfield. Okay. They don't have much in the way of reduction because we see all these guys stacked up here. But at least we can spread them out. Let's attach that to the Third Army, I guess. Christie. Something of it. Hey, Rhaegar. I'm doing well. How are you doing, my friend? Just happened. Let's see. Let's look at this. Okay. Okay, we have become a regional land power, and we've lost the effects of local military power. Looks like a downgrading. Yes, I don't know. And Japan has forced conquer on these guys out here. Yeah. I don't disagree that the EU is making stupid decisions. I would say their stupidest decision is importing people from outside of the EU. But yeah, playing computer games. Yeah, computer games are fun. Just think how mad we would all be if we didn't have computer games to play. Bread and circuses, panic or senseis. Very, very medium. I guess it's not working on me because I'm playing computer games that make me realize things aren't working right, and complaining about it. Okay, 400. So those two just popped up. Trying to warn people about things are going to hell. Pay attention. You're not gonna like the way the world goes. I mean that everybody everywhere. Even those who don't like either the EU or America. The alternatives aren't going to be very good, I don't think. Infantry unit, combined arms, advance, and flying boat type. Okay, let's do the flying boat type. That's grayed out. And what was infantry? Oh, combined. Okay, that's down here. Yeah, 38. We can continue with that. It's like strategy games are a great tool to delay senility and stay sharp after 30. After 30. Okay, yes, it tells me you're a bit younger, but yes. I think it's keeping me from going senile. Or maybe listening to me, you think I am senile. I don't know. I'm well over 30. He has gotten Sudeten land. Denmark. Don't know what you want to destroy it for, but I'll sell you one. What is what? I know it's just some sort of weird. Hey, we have a coast here, and hey, we have a coast here. We want to build a destroyer, but why the hell? mean, who's programming the AI and thinking that it would be good to spend money on a destroyer for Belgium, particularly, or the Danes? Now I can understand why the Belgium does want a real historically, because yeah, okay, you got a teeny little bit of coast, here and here, but that isn't really why you want it. It's because hey, you have a big colony here, and you just want to have a ship or two, an actual real ship or two to like protect your shipping that moves around. Yeah, I get that, but why in this game you would want that? Okay, naval bomber prototype. That would be grayed out. Yes. All right. What other air systems will be efficient to research? Okay, large caliber machine cannons. Right now. Yeah. Well, okay. The evil dolphins. We should be doing enough supplies over needs. Probably do. Not HQs. All right. There. Um, to this view and see where is it worthy to do that. Yep, big stack. Let's come over and look here at Detroit. Yeah, let's just max that out. No, nearly. Let's just. Eventually, we're going to want to switch over to building other things than industry. So I don't want to do too much, and those are pretty big. Put simultaneously into production. Industry over here on the west coast. Not it really that it really matters where it is entirely. This is there, yeah. Okay, let's push all of this up to the top. Keep us from pulling some of those destroyers. And how, okay, 131, yeah, good thing we are putting a lot of coal fields into expansion. All right, submarine torpedoes advance. Very good. Grayed out. Okay, we're doing pretty well on our research for submarines. Look at more aircraft systems. Not used to doing a lot of 4-engine stuff, but we'll continue there. We're going to do a bombing campaign against the Axis. Okay, well, let's grab that. Yeah, okay, that gives us this, which we're going to add that to the mountain HQ army that's there so that they now have more. Let's move the HQ. I don't know that we need to keep people. It's maybe a nice training spot for the mountains up there. But yeah. Don't want some too far away, but every little bit helps. here and save the game. Well, I think this episode has gone on long enough. Thank you for hanging out with me. If I hope if I have earned you hitting that like button, and of course, if you're new here, please subscribe. Um, Thank you very much. See you next time for even more, yes, more Hearts of Iron. Okay, everybody, don't worry. We're going to keep playing. I'm just making episodes. Cut them up for later. Welcome back, fellow armchair generals. This is Gamer 1745 here. I want to thank Nils, Sir Toyjet, the Hoffmanator, and others. I know I'm forgetting people. Support over on Patreon. It is so much appreciated. I really do thank you guys for doing it. But everybody else, what I really hope I can earn from you is to hit that like button if you're watching on YouTube, or if you're new, whether on watching live now. There's a few people watching live now over on Twitch and Facebook. You can follow over there, or subscribe on YouTube. So I really appreciate all of you just doing that. And it also really helps if you can post a comment. Just say hi. That's all you got to do. I'll say hi back. Their vast empire. Oh, wait, yes. I mean, the Dutch, I understand why they need a... yes, you can have... why they need a navy, because they do actually have a bunch of islands out around the world, so they I understand. But the Belgians in this scenario, whoever's programming the national AI, which maybe there isn't one and is just a generic, and since it has a port, it wants a navy. I don't know. Zinc, who... no, thank you. Navy asks for money. Okay, sure. Shipyards in San Diego now. I don't know. Wagner, a laissez-faire capitalist. It's keeping our resources down, I know, but I think we'll continue with that. Cruiser fire control computer. Nice. Down there, okay. Read out. Yeah, we can do some anti-air movements. The U.S. at this time, most nations underestimated the needs of anti-air protection for gunnery on ships. The U.S. particularly did, but other nations as well. Oh, that's building up what we need, including money. Super vertical protection. Yep, needs to stop that, and bulkhead layouts advance. That also needs to stop, right? Okay. We'll do some of the ammunition a bit later, but we can get some of these AA guns improved. Okay, Brady, thank you so much. Have a good time. Thanks for hanging out. think, yes. We'll unlock better bomber prototypes. I am curious to see as how effective our bomber program can be. Part of what I'm going to do here is be Curtis LeMay and see about bombing everybody into the Stone Ages that are fighting against us. Normally, when I play as Germany, I don't want to do that. Because outside of Britain, in my opinion, most of the time, I want to capture their ICs and their resources generally intact with, plunging in, whether it's into the Soviet Union or France or wherever else. So I really don't want to do damage to the countries I'm going to take, because I'm relying upon them to, continue to support expansion. Britain is a different case, but also it's different in that they get special bonuses over their own country for air defense. So it's not necessarily counterproductive, but it becomes expensive, and I really don't think it I don't think it helps enough for the expense for Germany to try to bomb it too much. I'd rather just, instead of going for bigger bombers, put more into subs and try to sink their convoys instead. Okay, heavy artillery brigades have advanced. That is lovely. That is grayed out. Okay. Do aviation. No, I don't think so. Let's aerial mines. That's cool. We like aerial mines. Okay. Fighter pilot ground crew training. Light bomber prototypes. Those will probably be grayed out. Okay, good. But that unlocks these, so we will start researching these. Hey Ragger, are you still there? Been thinking about what you said, watching the EU destroy itself. Not exactly sure, and you don't need to explain in more detail, but a while ago, I saw a British sort of ad, shall we say, for helping refugees out. And they sort of had an ad with a white woman and her little daughter. And it's sort of like set maybe in Britain, but there's a war and we're being bombed, and and there's bombing, and there are people at checkpoints and all this other stuff going on, and all this tragedy going around them, and this mother's escaping it, going to this other country. And what it was an ad. I don't know how long ago it was made, not more than 2 or 3 years ago, but made sometime not this year. And it was for, people, basically Syrian refugees. Now we know most quote unquote Syrian refugees that have come into Europe are overwhelmingly, let's be generous, 80% men of military age. So they're not the old folks, they're not grandma and grandpa, they're not the kids, they're not the women, they're the soldiers or the potential soldiers that have fled, if they're even from Syria. And we need to help these people. How would you feel, like this? Well, now Europe is freaking getting a flood of these white refugees coming out. And how are they going to support them? Because they're already supporting refugees from everywhere else in the freaking world. How are they going to support local refugees? So I really think, God, it's a tragedy, and Herr Thomas is around here sometime, and he lives in Ukraine. I know a little more graphic detail on that, but I don't want to go into it. He lives in Ukraine, so I talk to, about weekly or so, talk to somebody from the Ukraine. So I really feel for all the Ukrainians there. screwed up energy. Oh, yeah, well, energy policy. Oh God, yeah. Didn't block out. Oh God, yeah. Especially Germany energy policy. Oh, that's really bad. Their long-term policy basically creates something like the Soviet Politburo. Yeah, yeah, that too. A bureaucratic government more than an elected government. Yep, that you're right on that, Ragar. And so, I talk to people in the Ukraine and I feel for them, but I really, again, this is a tragedy, and I don't want to make it out anything less than a tragedy, and I'm not for it. But it has been I think, a much needed wake up call to Europe and to America, but to Europe and to places maybe like Taiwan and others, that the world ain't a peaceful place. And there's barbarians, whatever types of and again, I'm glad I'm sort of glad that it's Russia, so that people aren't, oh, you're an Isterophobe when you call them barbarians, because they're picturing, I'm thinking, a black skinned person or just a dark skinned person, or no, barbarians can be in any skin color, any hair color, it doesn't matter. Barbarians, so you have barbarians out there, and barbarians aren't necessarily technologically lower than you. Some of the critical technologies the Mongolians used, and the Huns before them used stirrups on horses that the Romans and the Greeks did not use. So sometimes they had better technologies. That there's barbarians out there, and the world ain't a peaceful place. And it's a wake-up call that, yes, there are Europeans that are being affected by a war, and Europe is dealing with them, whether it's refugees or not. Now, it's curious that, to the best of my understanding, and I'm sure it's a long border, so I'm sure it's somewhat porous, but to the best of my understanding is the Ukrainians are maintaining border security with Western Europe, meaning they have border guards on there, and they're not allowing military-aged men out of the country. Women, children, old folks. Yeah, you want to go west? Fine, go west. But young man, you stay in the east. They're not allowing their young men to flee. Now, I don't know how effective that is. Whether they're keeping most in Ukraine. So I'm sure if you're determined, you can get the hell out at some point. But it's interesting that they're doing that, which is different than what we're seeing in other parts of it. Okay. 1939, New England hurricane on September 9th, 1939. A region of New England in the United States suffered a dreadful hurricane with 600 to 800 fatalities were estimated, and $306 million worth of damage was done. Okay. Yeah, billions. Okay, so, oh, hell. Okay, infrastructure. New London, naval base, Providence, Bedford. Okay, so infrastructure. We do have naval base, so let's rebuild the naval base. Rebuild some infrastructure. I mean, maybe not necessary, but we'll do it. Definitely want to get that naval base rebuilt. Radios have advanced. Very nice. And it unlocks more, so we'll do airplane radio improvement. But I really hope people have learned from Ukraine going on. I hope they learn. That's the whole. Yeah, the whole point. Well, the whole point. Part of me making my original mod for Hearts of Iron was just to be sort of fun, but a lot of it was to educate people on what was going on back then, particularly Nazi Germany, and the dangers of all of that. And so that whether it's, people who hate Jews or people who hate left-handed people or people who hate whoever it is, whether they look different or think different or behave different, have different views, to learn to see what a different type of Nazi, not people again who hate Jews, but who want to go down some totalitarian or even just authoritarian paths, that you learn from it and recognize it and learn the lessons of history. I know I'm only reaching, even with my mod, just a few people. No thank you here for that. Just a few people with it, and even fewer here on YouTube, really. But I think they're incredibly important lessons to be learned, and I'm trying to teach them in a fun, entertaining way. That people will want to watch just because they want to watch, and then they get the lesson too. Australia, okay, there's a reasons for Australia to have a destroyer. They're out at sea. Yeah, I'm an anti-EU. I'm a pro-NATO. I'm a pro-joint securities viewpoint. I believe all NATO members, which also include, not just Europe, but they also include the. Why didn't you pause? The Monroe effect that is over here, I believe. Okay. It includes Canada and the U.S. We're North Atlantic Treaty. We're North Atlantic nations. I'm a big fan of NATO and my government's involvement in NATO. I want that to continue. I'm a big fan of all of that, but I am not a fan of the EU because I live in the United States. That doesn't mean I don't like the people in the EU, is because I know what's going to happen to your countries, even if you take good policies, as in the sense of blocking immigration, making better decisions on energy, and what was the other one he mentioned? Setting up a bureaucratic state. Well, we have a bureaucratic centralized state here in the United States, and it's a problem. I think what they're setting up in the EU is even less responsible to the citizens than what the U.S. has, and the U.S. has a bad enough situation as it is. So, yeah. But even if they weren't making bad decisions in my eyes, I don't think they understand how centralized government decisions and how centralized culture is going to become, and how much their national identities will be eroded by this eventually. Hello, Seamus Finnegan, how you doing? So, any plans or ambitions for this game to accomplish, possibly in comparison? Oh, certainly. I'll talk about it in just a second. Now, if it was up to me, we would be out of the EU tomorrow. Too bad we have some weak SOB. Yes, I understand, Arno, and I agree. Okay, yes. What we're going to try to do is, obviously, we know the standard playbook of how to win World War II is the U.S.A. because they've done it. You're absolutely right there, Finnegan. I don't know how different Europe is going to be. I'm going to do a historical, wait for America to be bombed by Japan to enter the war kind of thing. So I'm going to wait for that to happen. But getting closer to the time, we're going to put even more resources than the U.S. did, because I know when it's going to happen, obviously, to some degree. But by mid-41, I want more forces in the Philippines, as well as, out in Guam and Wake Island and Midway and Hawaii, to better garrison out some of these areas from Japanese attack. So hopefully to withstand the attacks there. So I'm planning on doing that. Planning on being a bit, Curtis LeMay, and trying to bomb the hell out of Germany and Japan. So we're going to do, with that, we're going to, do a nice naval war. Don't know how much we'll get involved in on the continent, but definitely see about pushing into Japan. And I don't know if I'm going to do something like, I just may, a naval invasion of Norway or something to liberate that before, a D-Day here, but alongside, if we can build enough landing craft and whatever, do sort of pushing in through, the Mediterranean here, but maybe taking, pushing and taking out here. I don't know. We're going to look at it. It's not anything set in stone. Yes, you're right. The longer it takes, the more painful it will be. Most said politicians, but I really mean people. Are people learning? Do people learn? Do I learn? I don't know, because I have to look at Marie Le Pen. Okay, let me say this: I don't hate her. Now, that doesn't mean I like her. I'm not saying, oh, I like her. No, I don't know enough about her. I don't like her father. Her father, don't like him. And I remember the days back when, what is it? Forget Le Pen's first name, not Marie, but the father's first name right offhand. Just blanking on it. Very anti-Semitic, very unpleasant politician. Now, we have the Rands here, Ron Paul and Rand Paul. Yeah, the Pauls, I should say, not the Rands. The Pauls here. Ron Paul and Rand Paul. Ron Paul is the father. He's a hardcore libertarian kind of guy. Hardcore. Rand Paul, the way he actually is in the Senate, he's not his father, okay? I don't think he believes what his father believes. But he's generally on the same side of issue, but his father was more extreme. I really think so. And I don't think he's just pretending to not be as extreme, because I still sort of think he would get elected in Kentucky. He's very popular there. Is it Kentucky or Tennessee? I forget. Doesn't matter. He's very popular there. If he went a little more hardcore on his positions, I still think he'd get elected. He's not his father. He's more mild than his father, but he's generally, in worldview, Ron Paul wanted to pull all U.S. troops out of NATO, all U.S. troops out of like Korea, not just out of the desert countries, but just get all the U.S. troops home everywhere. And he was an extremist that way. Rand Paul doesn't seem to be that at all. Hey, yeah, have a base in Germany. Have let's protect South Korea. He's not an extremist. So I don't know what Marie Le Pen, because they keep making it, keep painting her with the same brush as her father. I don't know if she is or not, but I don't hate her. Okay. Now, I'm not saying I like her or want her in power, but I don't hate her. But she is but a symptom of Macron's governance in France. And this is why we're focusing over France. And whether it's the woke agenda of greenness, raising gas prices, fuel prices to try to push people to green energy solutions, or which is sort of, the yellow vest movement that caused so many freaking riots. Now, part of the riot stuff is just France, okay? Part of it, I think it's France wants to riot over things. So I think it's part of that is just a cultural temperament. But part of it is true dissatisfaction with the government. And then we see a lot of people's frustration over COVID policies. And we're not talking about when COVID was the dark days for 6 months that it was really terrible and grandma died and all this stuff. But it's still effing going on in a lot of these countries. And we have to get back to normal. We can't forever that there's some grandma somewhere or some sickly child somewhere. We have to shut the effing world down. We can't. And I have health issues. I'm personally concerned about this. Don't think that Gamer doesn't care. Gamer cares. But we have to get things going back to normal. Whatever, it's not the new normal of, oh, we've got to mask up and we've got to social distance and we can't. No, that isn't the new normal. The new normal is we now have COVID as well as the flu. Okay, we just have another disease that people get sick of and hopefully very few people die of, but we have it, and just live with it and go on with our lives. Just get over this. But governments don't seem to want to get over this. I don't understand entirely why they don't, but it's causing a lot of dissatisfaction. So the reason Marine Le Pen gets so many votes is because of what Sarkozy is doing, not because they like her or they think she has the answers. It's just the other thing isn't working. We got to try something else, everybody, and going more left wing, because Macron isn't, my understanding, terribly left wing. He, compared to some of the more hardcore stuff, more left wing than most American politicians. Well, maybe not. More left wing than some American politicians, but it's. Government, extremism on the right or the left happens because centrist, and centrist I mean by center left and center right, what had been in America, Democrats and Republicans. Well, the Republicans are right wing. Well, no, they're not right wing. They're on the right, but they're not the far right. We're talking, fascist type movements, extremist movements, which the Republicans aren't. They're just not. You don't have to like them, but they're not an extremist movement. Trust me. I've met enough of the elected officials. They ain't extreme. God no. And so when the center right and the center left kind of things don't function well enough, that's when the radical left and the radical right start gaining traction. And with Marine Le Pen getting as close as she did in that runoff should be a wake-up call to every European government, but definitely to Macron. But I don't know if they've learned. I don't know. Do they learn? Are they learning? And would I learn? And what's Finnegan saying? I think the EU can be saved if it's decentralized more and broken up into smaller trade political blocks, i.e. Latin Union 3C. Okay. Well, so long as you have a union, remember, union and united have the same functional meaning. So the United States and the European Union are ultimately the same thing. They are a unified government, a centralized government, people. You have not set up the Confederation or even a Federation of Europe. See, if it was the Federation of Europe or the Confederation of Europe, you would have the idea of a much more federal system or a confederal system, which allows a lot more local control, a decentralized place. But so long as you keep the term union, that's the European project, is unified Europe, United States of Europe. So what I'm saying is, everyone who sees there, they want a United States of Europe that is the same set of laws for every single person in it. No variation between laws in Spain and in Norway, or laws between Greece and Ireland. The same set of laws everywhere. And a bureaucrat can for 4 years work in France, and then go for 4 years work in Sweden, and then for 4 years go work out in Greece, and he'll just speak whatever the European language would be. I don't know, English, and he'll be the bureaucrat, and it won't matter that he grew up in France or he grew up wherever, and it'll just be ping-ponging around, and that's who's going to be governing the situation, as long as you have it. Now, I know you're making a Latin idea, and yes, there would be cultural similarities between various Latin countries. If they wanted to create a bloc like that, that would make more sense. It's not a terrible idea, but even then, I don't know that it's... I don't even know. I mean, what good does it do? I mean, literally, what good does it do to create, let's just say, a 4-country thing? France, Portugal, Spain, and Italy. As one country, get rid of all these borders. I mean, they'd all be painted with the same color. So they would use the same money. They would have one official language for documents and laws, whatever language that would be. Now, they may print up, because like if I go into the Department of Motor Vehicles here to take a driver's license test, I can probably get it in somewhere between 4 and 12 languages. It's printed in the test. So I could take it in Chinese, or I could take it in Spanish, or I could take it in whatever. I can take it in, but there's only one set of, when you actually pass a law or you sign a contract in the state of California, it is always in English. It is never in another language. And so it's whatever, someone might add a translation, but the legality of the contract is what it says in English, not what it says in a translation. So it's everything is officially printed and done in one language. So, but again, like you may have road signs, or a translation of the law into different languages, but it will be one language that will be the governing language for contracts in this thing. What good? I'm not saying there's zero good, but what good does that really do you to do? And so I don't think that would be, using that as an example of a type of political bloc, failed attempt to make Latin bloc called the Latin Union, does not need to keep the name, is going to be more of location. Sorry. Okay, well, yeah. Better when the EU stops the political part and returns to the roots and becomes just an organization to protect Europe. Yeah, see, going back to the common market, yeah, that works. You're a trade bloc to some degree, but handle problems between sovereign countries, yes, that would work. United Latin country, I don't think would be possible, by the way, because of political affiliations, and joining trade unions would be more beneficial. United Latin country, I don't think would be possible, but loose political affiliation. But you see, that's what you're Finnegan, you're already going, and I don't know if by the name, if that's Irish or not, but you're going in that direction already. The EU is going to go for a nation. The nations are going to be like states in America eventually, and it's all going to be Irish. Yes, cool. And so it's all going to be the same. That's what the EU's goal is. It's going to all have one language. It's all going to be one set of driving rules. Everything's going to be the same. That's where you're going. That's where you're heading. And I know this from studying history, because I look at the United States, and there has been a continual centralizing of power in Washington, D.C. And so there's going to be a continuous move whether it's slow or fast, or goes slow then fast then slow and fast over the years, there's going to be continued centralizing of power in the EU. And that's what's going to happen. It's not going to be a loose organization of states. So it's just, I know I try to explain this to people, European people, and they don't seem to believe me. And when because I've lived in Britain, less than 6 months, but I've lived in Britain before it was a member of the EU, I think. Yeah, before it was a member of the EU, way back when. And I've traveled there multiple times. But it's not that I'm an expert on EU politics. Just I understand history and I understand the way these things work. And they always move towards centralization unless there are very hard, firm roadblocks to it. And there just isn't. Nations tend to centralize power outside of extreme circumstances, such as a great collapse or other situations, to cause any decentralization. Absolutely. And that's what I'm saying is the EU is a nation-building project. That's what it is. It is a nation-building project of the European Union. High-density alloys, very nice. That is here, and it is grayed out. All right. And so we do armor-piercing list, armor-piercing cat. We'll switch over to that. Oh, wait a minute. Oh. Okay, we're going to, in a little bit, I think, get a chance to bump up our research, so we'll just keep this going. And so, yeah, that's what's happening with and I think more and more people are going to reject it. Prime mover liability, I think we'll just stop some of these now. Small arms, definitely want to stop that. Ground crew training. Come back to some others when we get more. Lack of true roadblocks, its extensive size and nature, bureaucratic model you have mentioned, but I think looser, smaller blocks. Yeah, like I say, it makes more sense to me, but I don't necessarily get what the benefit is out of it. May end up working better, like Benelux trade union once existed. Yes. Yeah, I'm thinking about there's reasons does Greece want to have a different currency so that it's cheap for Europeans to come down, for tourists come down and vacation in Greece, and have different economic policies so that it's cheap for Europeans to visit, and they can make stuff, if their currency is weaker, they can make stuff cheaper and sell it to other Europeans. You see, that's the kind of thing I think you're benefiting at. What I think, if you keep NATO, one of the reasons for creating a block of nations is mutual protection. But if you keep NATO strong, I just don't see the need as big. I mean, I'm not saying it's a bad idea. It's a less bad idea than the European Union. And there may be more benefits that I'm just not thinking of. Trade is the main benefits. Easier to leverage trade as multiplayer nations than one, but grow too big. Yeah, okay. See, now, trade, good, yes, to an extent. But what the problem comes is, and I heard a lot of people talk about this over the Brexit debate, is policies that may hurt industries in particular nations. And, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, we'll trade with Australia. Export of copper, very good. That would get us a bunch more. And that, there we go. Okay, we got to 11. Let's get to 13,000. So I just wonder about a certain level of protectionism of certain industries in certain countries. I don't know. Pause. Unpause. None of the nations involved, but you go with Latin example have similar tourist economies, agriculture economy. Yes, and this is partially why I'm thinking that it partially because, like you say, it's the economies, partially it's the culture. They, similar cultures. They want to be inefficient. Latin cultures want to be inefficient. If you look at efficiencies in businesses between Italy and Germany, you'll see Germany is much more efficiency oriented in businesses. Latin countries want to be more inefficient, and it's a cultural thing. Um, so they would get along. The Latin countries would get along better. Because I think like the Dutch and the Germans have a much more industrious, want to output of activities than the Latin countries. So yeah, some of those, and I don't know enough about Polish or like Slovak culture to know how industrious they are, but yeah, it does make a little more sense. Okay, capital ship, medium, anti-aircraft artillery advance. Okay, we're going to stop that for the moment. And we're going to end this episode, not the live stream. Don't go anywhere, everyone who's live, but I want to thank you all for watching. Thanks for liking the videos. Really do appreciate it. See you next time for, yes, more, even more Hearts of Iron. Okay, 1 year and the war breaks out. Well, no, 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 no. It's only September 39. War won't start until 1942. Well, 41, late 41. So we're going to be at peace. We're at peace. The war doesn't start until Pearl Harbor's attacked. That's just Europeans just, playing fun games with each other until America gets in it. I'll be right back. I'm going to grab a Coke, guys. Just hang loose for a moment. It ain't a war until the U.S. is in it. Then it gets to be a war. Is Japan guaranteed to attack? If it does not, you have a plan. If they don't, I believe it is scripted that they attack. But again, I believe that is scripted. I know it normally is, give or take a month. So it's not necessarily going to happen in December, but Japan will do it. But we're playing as America. So what do we care about the rest of the world? We're America. Just one big, but we end the war. We get the war over with. So yeah, because I played a bunch as Germany and Italy and other nations, and there is a Pearl Harbor scripted attack. I presume it will happen to the U.S. and we will wait for it if we. Because sometimes I think it may have trying to remember because I've done and things change a little bit over various versions, so they may have changed something, but I don't think so. In this version of the game, sometimes it may happen in November or maybe as late as January 42, but around that time, around give or take a month or so, the Pearl Harbor thing will happen. And sometimes it just may be when we're starting and stopping the game that affects it a bit. Any plans to do anything about fascist nations in South America like Venezuela? No. Are they fascist? Relations. I don't know that they're fascist. To the best of my knowledge, there are no fascist nations in Latin America during World War II. I don't know of any. The Novo State Party in Brazil is fascist, but I don't think they ever come to power. Now, there's authoritarian governments, for sure, dictatorships. Oh, yeah, there's dictatorships. Not sure exactly which countries where, but being as fascist, I don't know of any. Okay, when the U.S. and everyone, yeah. Well, Venezuela, no, I don't think they were fascist. Let's see. Info, guaranteed relations, war goals are not at war. Where do I look to see their government? I mean, don't bother with this. Well, that would be under intelligence. I should remember that. It's under intelligence. Venezuela. Okay. They are currently, this gray party here, the COPAI, that would be a authoritarian. That'd be the fascist. That'd be the National Socialist. So I don't know that anybody there's no fascists here. There's authoritarian and there's, social conservative types. See, fascism is an ideology that really doesn't take hold in Latin America. I'm trying to think of a fascist country. Now, if you are a person who believes Soviet type propaganda, America is a fascist country. Everybody who is not a left-wing socialist country is a fascist country. Every military dictatorship is a fascist dictatorship. But to me, fascism is a specific ideology. And I don't know of a single fascist country in Latin America. And I'm not saying there is none, but I just don't know of any. I did take Latin American studies when I was in college, so political science. So I'm have some basis of doing that, of knowing what's going on. I didn't say it was fascist, but more closely aligned to more loosely fascist groups like. Well, okay, Finnegan, I don't know, and again, Finnegan, let me understand you. Was Franco a fascist? Franco, the ruler, was Spain a fascist country at this time, or during World War II? That's what I would like to know. Oh, shoot. For your definitions, was Franco a fascist? Was Spain a fascist country? Was Portugal with the nuovo state, the new state under, again, I blank on names, the guy who hates Hitler, but yes, but not the same style as German form of fascism. Okay, so then I'm going to disagree because Franco was a nationalist. He was not a fascist. There was a phalangist party, Salerno, or however you pronounce his name, the foreign minister, was a phalangist. He had phalangists in his government, but Franco and the Spanish, the Spanish state was not a fascist government by my understanding. So if you're using that definition, then I'd have to say Venezuela is not a fascist country. Salazar, that's what I was trying to think. Salazar's Portugal, the Nuovo State Party, is a nationalist party, not a fascist party. So you are giving me the communist definitions of fascism, and I disagree with them. So I think you're wrong on that. So if that's your same standard, then I don't think Venezuela is fascist, because fascism is a specific ideology. Fascism is a socialist political system, and I don't know of any real socialist political systems in Latin America at this time. But again, I don't know all the countries in 1930s to really get it. So yeah, no, you're buying into the left's narrative on Franco. Franco was a nationalist. They had a nationalist government. It was a coalition government that had royalists in it. It had hardcore Catholic types in it. It had practical authoritarian types like Franco, and it had fascist, or the Spanish party, phalangists in the government, but the government itself was not a fascist government. Spain was not ruled by fascists. The fascists were just part of the coalition. The Nuovo State Party in Portugal under Salazar, who actually writes an anti-Hitler book right at about this time in 1938. I think it's 37, somewhere between 37 and 39. I think it's 38. He writes a book. He is vehemently anti-Nazi. He is a nationalist authoritarian type person, but not a fascist. So we disagree on what the term is. So I'm guessing, if I looked into it, I would say Venezuela is not fascist. It is just authoritarian. And, and trade ties with the Axis? Well, trade ties are trade ties. I don't know that they're based on ideology. It's more, I think, based on markets to some degree. All right, well, let's continue with another episode here. Welcome back, fellow armchair generals. This is Gamer1745 here with my continuing look at Hearts of Iron 3's Black Ice 11.2, and is playing as the United States of America. And we will be playing a somewhat historical playthrough, not entirely. And I've been talking to Finnegan here about that. Venezuela is a hard one because their ideology actively changed as the war progressed. Okay. Yes. People's governments change in ideologies over time. And sometimes you get governments that are more aspirational than actual. I would say, and this is coming from my education in political science, Italy never becomes the totalitarian state that they want to become. They are definitely an authoritarian state, but they're never a totalitarian state. Lower education is handled by the Catholic Church. There is still a monarchy, which still is in power enough, separations of power enough from the fascist government. They never get the totalitarian state that they want to. Now, Germany and the Soviet Union both achieved totalitarianism. They both become totalitarian states. I believe it was Mussolini's fascist party are the ones that create, the term totalitarianism as a good thing. So there's a lot of, Mussolini's party never fully gets into power in Italy. You still have the king. You still have a lot of other power centers within it that are cooperating with the fascists in Italy for sure. But you never get the totalitarianism that they want to have. They're trying, but they don't. So yeah, sometimes you have governments trying to aspirationally deal with something. And when it comes to places like Latin America, they never, you have to watch ideologies, and political leaders don't always say what they believe. They don't always say, I want to change this a little bit over to Cuba. Because if you listen to Castro before he gets into power, and in his very earliest days, it almost sounds like he could, now that you get rid of Batista and his party, he could become, if not a U.S. ally, he could become a sort of reasonable revolutionary government, shall we say. Could become. If you listen to his, like I say, his rhetoric before the revolution succeeds. But once he gets into power, and once it going, he goes full hard into pro-Soviet sphere. And unlike in Africa particularly, but in other places too, the Cold War to them is just, if you will, and I don't mean it. It's tribal politics, and what side, what factional politics might be, what faction you're in. So they will, like particularly in Africa, they'll give a lot of lip service to communism and whatever, but they don't really care. It's just who's giving them the money, who's giving them the arms, who's supporting their government, and you get these shifting and factionalisms going on. And you do have some of that in Latin America as well. But Castro doesn't need to go hardcore Soviet puppet, but he decides to. And he goes down that path. And so, I don't know the details of Venezuela's government in the 30s and early 40s. And we can just look again here. We did look at Venezuela, and here it's overwhelmingly an authoritarian. Where this is authoritarian, this is fascist, and this is National Socialist. I don't know if there's a Movimiento Nacional Socialista in Venezuela. I highly doubt it. I doubt that there is even a 0.1% of people that would fall under National Socialism. And I'm not just talking hatred of Jews or racial superiority. I mean all the rest of the ideology of National Socialism, which is different than fascism, people. National Socialism and fascism are two distinctly different ideologies. Both revolutionary, both socialist. Fascism and National Socialism are socialist ideologies. They both believe in collective ownership of the means of production by the people through the state, but they are both hierarchical socialists. They're not leveling socialists. This is why some of the quote unquote socialists and communists out there will say that they're not. Well, they believe in a hierarchy, meaning you can have a rich person and a poor they don't want to have too poor of a person, but you can have, a worker guy who's a worker who's getting worker money and a guy who's getting executive pay money, and they're not all meant to be level playing field. Yeah, but both fascism and National Socialism, and they're distinctly different in their ideological viewpoints and how they organize up various elements of the state and economy, different. And there really is a stronger religious element to National Socialism than there is to fascism. But it is different. And so National Socialism, fascism, and socialism, they're all socialist ideologies. The two main distinct differences between the socialism of the left and the socialism of the right, maybe we should call it, is the socialism of the left are levelers, meaning they want in theory they want everyone making the same, same outcome, everyone living in the same size of apartment, everyone getting the same. And two, they're anti-nationalistic, they are internationalists, where with the fascists and the National Socialists, they are hyper-nationalists and they are hierarchical in their outcomes, but they definitely want to take care of the correct people, particularly in the Nazis. The correct people, they want to take care of the poor. They care about the poor German. They don't care about the poor other people, whether they're Jews or Slavs or whatever. Those people are disposable, and more so. But the German people, they want to take care of the poor and the help, need to help people in Germany. So they are socialist in that aspect. So it's interesting. Okay, let me read what the Cold War. The Cold War, you could say, was in many regards like a prelude to war gaining strategic. Yes, absolutely. South America had integralism, generally speaking, as its alternative to fascism. I'm not exactly sure how you're using the term integralism. Integralism had general fascist hierarchy system, but had light emphasis on monarchism and a large emphasis on Catholicism and national. Okay, you're an integrated state church. Yeah, but you see, and there I'll agree with you on that it's but they didn't have the social elements of at least in practice, because again, I did take Latin American studies courses when I was going many years ago, and most of it was they I remember going about Argentina and Juan Perón and whatnot, which is sort of around this time, a little bit later, but so I know bits and pieces about it. There definitely, it just doesn't seem to be the socialist element, and there doesn't seem to be the everything for the state element that we see in fascism. Everything is to be state organized, but I just don't see that in Latin America. I just don't see that. Now, I'm not saying that there isn't some thinker out there, because there are always thinkers out there promoting ideas, and other practical politicians go, yeah, I like some of what he says, but then they don't necessarily implement it. So, yeah, I just don't think fascist is the term good, to be good to intermix, and I'm not. The left overly throws fascist around. They'll call a person who is a libertarian a fascist, and just because they're supposedly on the right and they're against them, so they're the fascist enemy. And so, okay, carrier damage control. I think you know where I'm going with some of this stuff, and we've got too much, so we'll reduce that down. There's definitely, at this time, Peru at this time is very much of a socialist sort of country. They were at least emotionally on the side of the Spanish Republic. I don't know if they really sent any significant aid to the Republican side. Peru boycotts the Olympics, the 1936 Olympics, because of Germany's support for the nationalists in the Spanish Civil War. But they're about the only Latin American country that does that. That's doing okay. Zinc sales expired. Fine. And so most of them are, right now, in 38, Bolivia is going through a crisis. What is it, 1934 to 1935, I think it is. I know it ends in 1935. There's the Chaco War. This is sort of the Chaco up here. It's sort of a very dry, simplified terrain map. Well, this desert might be going a little too far here, but it is a very dry sort of wasteland, this part of South America, right in here. Super dry. And there is brush because it gets like a monsoon or a rain periodically. So it's not sandy desert like over here. It isn't this kind of stuff, but it's a very, very dry area. And Bolivia is more or less the aggressor, I believe. There's disputes on that, but it's sort of the Paraguay versus Bolivia war. Chile is supporting Bolivia. Argentina is supporting Paraguay. Germany is supporting Bolivia. Ernst Röhm had earlier been training down here. The head at the start of the war, as the war is starting or whatever, the head of the Bolivian army is a German. He had been kicked out of he had been sort of like chief of staff of the army and main trainer. He had been kicked out for political intrigues within the country. And he had got a position of training soldiers or something over in Chile. But when the war sort of breaks out, he is asked back to lead the Bolivian army. So he's sort of a Latin America. He had been involved in Latin America before World War I. I forget his name. Once World War I breaks out, he goes back to Germany and is an officer in World War I. And then afterwards, wanting a job, comes back to Latin America. So he's a Latin American, expert as Germany goes. Well, I think it's about 50,000 people, Bolivians. 50,000 Bolivians die in this war. This is a hugely costly war for both sides, but it is very, very costly for Bolivia, and it's over perceived like oil resources in here, which I don't really know that there are any, but they thought there might be, and so they go to war over them. And it's really, it's pretty bad. And sort of the well-equipped side is Bolivia, and the under-equipped side is Paraguay. And Paraguay, they don't have tractors, but they get all their tanks from Bolivia. They're just I know maybe not all of their tanks, but they get some of their tanks from Bolivia, in that they capture them and then use them against Bolivia. So, and it's costly on Paraguay, but because Bolivia is seen as the aggressor, including within the Bolivian society, it really eventually, and it really takes until like the 1950s. And if you'll notice, one of the few national leaders to this day, I believe, of a Latin American country who is not primarily of Spanish descent is the current leader of Bolivia. He's a radical leftist, probably communist, but definitely a radical leftist. Forget his name, but you can very, very clearly tell that he's an Indian. At least primarily in his genetics, as opposed to, if you notice much of Latin American countries, you'll notice, however Indian percentage, of the population they may be, some areas highly, some areas like Argentina, mostly European in genetics. Whatever the percentage is, normally the elites are pretty Spanish genetically. Little mixed, but pretty Spanish. Well, this is because of what happens. There's sort of a political revolution, and although Spanish speaking but non-Spanish populist majority in Bolivia really rises up against the elites there, namely because they were pro-class and not anti-class. Integration of state organizations, strategic and military industry. Okay, I think their daughter took over, if this is who I'm thinking of. I'm not sure. We're going with the fascism as socialism. They are different. State organizations are strategic things like military industry. If you're going with fascism is social, then they are different. Okay, maybe you've lost me a little bit here. Yeah. Between the integralism of Latin America. Yes. Yeah. See. Yeah. Fascist. Mussolini and his socialist magazine. He isn't the only founder of Mussolini. Isn't the only thought founder of fascism. I forget some of the names. But he is one of the primary founders of thought fascism, as in the fascist ideology. Mussolini is a socialist. He is named Benito Mussolini. How Italian is the name fucking Benito? I don't think at all. Benito is not an Italian name. It is Spanish. He is named after Benito Juarez, the ousted president of Mexico, who liked to dress like Abraham Lincoln. He's ousted because of mostly the French come in and invade the country. Britain a little bit, but Britain just wanted to get its money back. They had loaned Mexico money and Mexico wasn't paying, so they invaded and got their money back and went home. The French wanted to put Maximilian on the imperial throne of Mexico, but Benito Juarez goes into exile. And he's, I don't know how much of a socialist Benito Juarez, but he is, sort of a man of the people, genetically rather Indian. And so his socialist parents, Benito Mussolini's parents, name him after Benito Juarez. So Mussolini is a socialist, but he finds after a time, and partially it's through the experience of World War I, that nationalism is a thing and an important thing to him, and the leveling aspects of socialism aren't a good thing. So he moves socialism into something that is hyper-nationalistic, something that is still hierarchical, but it is still ultimately socialist in that the means of production, for food, for industry or whatever, belong to the people collectively and are administered through the state, but can be private. I'm trying to use the language that I try to understand it. If it can be caretaken by individuals or groups of individuals, meaning like the corporation, in that, so that a corporation, a business, can function as an independent business, but it's supposed to function within a planned economy. Germany is not a planned economy. The National Socialism of Germany does not believe in planned economies. Now, they eventually have one because of the war, but outside of the war, Hitler and the National Socialism of Germany, unlike fascism, does not believe in planned economy. They're not capitalists, but they want competition up in Germany. That's for economics, the main difference that I see it is National Socialism wants competition and an unplanned economy, meaning, companies competing with each other, where fascism wants a planned economy. And so, yes, there can be big corporations, often with, many people, like stock ownership shares, but they are responsible to the state for stewardship of the resources whether they are, mining resources or resources of a factory, proper, stewardship. So it's, management. So it's all for the state. It's everything for the state, but it's hierarchical. So it's, somebody can be rich, but everybody's taking care of it at a minimum base. It's not trying to make everybody level. It's not trying to make everybody equal, but it is trying to take care of everybody, and it is a collectivist viewpoint that comes out of socialism. Mussolini never leaves that collectivist viewpoint. And remember, when he sets up his second government, it is the Italian Social Republic that he sets up as the German puppet state. And so he never leaves the socialism, but he leaves the internationalism of socialism, that all the governments of different nations should wither away. He believes instead of I'm not going to go into why I think the governments under socialism could never go wither away, but the theory sort of with communism that governments will eventually wither and die and it'll just be communism. But he sees that is never going to happen, and so he goes hyper-statism, and with that is hyper-nationalism and hierarchy, but it's still always a socialism and still always a collective ownership viewpoint with fascism. Different, the Nazis do things somewhat differently, but they're also collectivists and also socialists, but not levelers. So you can believe in rich people driving expensive Mercedes and less rich people, I don't necessarily want to call them poor people, driving Volkswagen Beetles. So it's, they both get to be on the road, and if you're more successful in life, you get to drive the Mercedes, and if you're less successful in life, you drive the Volkswagen. And so it's, that is sort of, the German ideal, not that it comes about in reality, but the ideal of the German socialism is that we're not all equal in that sense, but we're all equally part of this collectivist Germanness kind of thing with their National Socialism. So that's why they're socialist. They're not, again, I totally agree with the left. They're not leveling socialists. They're not trying to make everyone equal. That's where some of the things is. Benito is short term for Benedict. Well, I think Benito, may come out of Spanish pronunciation of Benedict, but it is Benito Juarez, is my belief is his proper name for the, and it may have the same root meaning. I don't think it's like a shortened. I don't think Ragar. I may be wrong, but where Benedict I think is a anglicized version of a Latin term or Latin name. Oh, and Mussolini. Yeah. You're thinking of I'm getting the daughter. Maybe I think its granddaughter is Alessandro Mussolini. I think its granddaughter. Finnegan is who I think you're talking about. Who is a kind of thing. Flex me though double. How you doing? I enjoy the MAGA folks when they try to say Nazis were actually socialists because they barked the word socialist into their party name. German or Trump folks are not smart. Well, that's very pleasant of you. I'm glad you're such an expert on National Socialism, Hitler, and Nazism to know that to know much better than I do about after all the studying I did. You must have gone to some very good special studying to know all that. So you could say fascism was after state control of the economy, while Nazism were after state direction of the economy with ultimate collectivist, but with a lighter hand. Okay, Hitler believed in so many ways in competition, okay? He even sets up within his government, his totalitarian state, different agencies competing to do the same thing. Hitler believed that you would have something like Organization Todt, and the Reichsarbeitsdienst, the RAD, and the the DAF, the Deutsches Arbeitersfront, the German Workers' Front, all trying to do the same thing and having them compete with each other to then find out what works best. Hitler believes in competition. So Hitler does not want a planned economy. But he also, he'll talk about anti-capitalism in multiple ways because, the leftists here, when often they talk about capitalists, they mean rich people with owning of capital. Where when I use the term, I mean capitalism as in competing it, because a monopoly is not capitalism. I mean, it's when capitalism breaks, because I mean market capitalism as in competing things. Hitler is not a market capitalist, but also Hitler does not want to see the exploitation, whether of workers or of other things. Now he'll exploit the people that might as well disappear, the useless people, in camps and things. We're being YouTube friendly here, if you understand what I'm trying to say. I'm not trying to whitewash the situation, but trying to stay YouTube friendly here. So Hitler does not want to, allow a big or small company exploit the German worker. So the DAF workers, which is DAF is sort of becomes the national union organization of Germany. They don't go on strike. They don't need to go on strike. If the DAF hierarchy says that there's a problem with the management of a particular business or a particular factory, that guy's in trouble. Okay, so there's no need for strike because the DAF is part of the state. Working, they work to improve, working conditions, workers' safety, not overworking hours. Again, a lot of this goes out the window once the war gets, extreme. And so they work people very hard, whatever it is, to get the war work done. But in peacetime, in 38, 39, whatever, they're working to improve workers' working conditions in the factories, working on making sure the workers get paid a living wage, to use a sort of a modern term. I don't know if they use that term, but so it's a situation where you can't exploit the workers, you can't exploit the market. So you couldn't say, if you had a lot of money, you couldn't dump shoes on the market to put your competitor out of business below the market price. That would not be allowed under National Socialism, because that would be hurting the company. But you can have two shoe brands competing at the margin as who gets more sales. But he wants to keep both factories in business because he doesn't want to see a monopoly of one factory or one company owning all the shoe manufacturing in Germany. But he also doesn't want a planned economy like you factory make 10,000 pairs of shoes, you make 10,000. Well, you're a big company, so you make 20,000 pairs of shoes. He doesn't want to plan that out either, like you want to do in fascism, is to plan out how many shoes you need in your country every year made. Now, he wants it to be, a competition as to who can do it better. And so if somebody can come up with a new machine that makes shoes twice as efficiently, and so they can reduce the amount of workers, which would free up workers, whether to be soldiers or to go into another thing, or just expand to have more shoemaking if you're going to export them or whatever. So if you can come up with an innovation, great. But you don't get to, so you can fire your workers if you have an innovation and you don't need them, but you can't exploit your worker. And so, it's that competition kind of thing that Hitler wants, struggle and competition within government offices, within party offices, because you get different elements within the National Socialist Party system, which is, as time goes on, is more and more integrated into the state. But those are competing against each other. He wants competition. Hitler wants, if it was some other sort of empire, you might call it divide and rule. But he really isn't talking about divide and rule. He just wants all of his managers at different levels and different organizations to compete and struggle against each other. He wants that. He does not want a centralized planned economy. It is only when Speer actually gets control of the economy that it is becoming more and more centralized, and that is only because of the war. And you don't need competition as to who's making what type of artillery piece. No, it all needs to be the same. It all needs to be pumped out. It all just needs to work for the war effort. So it becomes, if you will, more fascist, not National Socialism, because of the war, but the ideology never leaves. Meaning the ideology doesn't change to centralized planned economy. It just becomes centralized planned economy because of the war. The ideology still believes in the competition of it, and that would have come back after the war struggle was over. So that is sort of how, and I, trust me, in the past, I have thought that there was fascism, and then Nazism was just fascism plus racism. Well, no, it's not. It's a different economic, different government, because again, competing branches within the government, competing branches within the party, competing all this stuff within the National Socialism. So it's a much more competing system. There's many more government factions, many more government organizations within the National Socialist state than there is within the fascist state. And it's all set up, and Hitler organically does this. It isn't because, again, he believes in this competition, so he's always sort of looking at this kind of thing and keeping his state running that way. And so we have to look at Hitler's ideology and Hitler's practices. And so National Socialism is a collectivism, it is a socialism, but it is not a leveling, it is hierarchical, but it is not the centralized planned economy of at least the ideal fascist state. So that is how they are different in, and it's sort of hard to explain some of these differences because I'm still trying to figure them out, quite honestly. I don't have all the answers on it, but I've looked at more and more and read a lot about Hitler. Flex me? Well, flex me. I had a university course the whole course was just on one man, and that was Hitler. So have you taken a course? Australia gets to think, okay, on Hitler? And you want to say MAGA people, blah, blah, blah. Well, and you probably already left because you got upset because you're a snowflake and left. Probably. You can say hi if you're still here. But I did have a university course on Hitler. And so, and that isn't even most of my studying. And so, yeah, I sort of know what I'm talking about when I say Hitler and Nazis were socialists, because I've read these translations. I don't read German. I've read translations of their works and what they were saying and what they were doing and how they were working. But I complicated, especially when the last minutia theoretical differences can exist. Yeah, and I'm looking at both Hitler's writings when I'm looking at National Socialism, as well as his practices, as well as what literally comes down to his table talk that people have, recorded after the, written down after the events, and to get Hitler's views on these topics. And so, yeah, and there's, I think it was you or one of you have said, ideas change over time that people have, and I'm not saying they don't, and that's some of this stuff I'm trying to pin down with understanding of this stuff, because I truly trying to understand National Socialism. I am not just somebody who wants to throw around a label and say it's this. That's sort of the reason I Finnegan, I asked you about what you thought Franco was, to try to get your definitions of what you view, because I don't view, doesn't mean I gotta like him, but I don't view Franco or the nationalist government that comes under him as being fascist. That there are fascists in it, there are fascist elements within it, but it is not a fascist ideologically, nor fascist as in practice. Now, it's authoritarian. I knew one guy who lived in later, in 1970s or whatever, or 60s, maybe more 60s, whatever, Spain under Franco, American who lived there. He liked it. He had no problems. Now, I'm not saying he wanted to live or wanted that or here in America. But yeah, no, I liked Spain, he said. I liked it under Franco living there, So, I didn't have a problem. Now he's a foreigner who is very European but Mexican American, so he was bilingual, so he spoke Spanish. So it wasn't, he would be taken for a Spaniard. I do believe maybe his Spanish accent would give him away as not being a Spaniard. I don't know. I can't tell on that thing. But he wasn't some clueless English only speaking American living in Spain for a few years. So I'm not saying I like all that Franco does, but he is a practical nationalist, not a fascism. That's sort of the left that brands it. I can't remember if this was from my grandpa or grandma, but politics is a whirlwind that never ends. You might know where you stand, but you'll never know or navigate the currents or something like that. Yeah. There's always good quotes like that. Mobile unit command and control. And I try to understand these things, try to educate through my channel, through my mods, about these things. And just because I'm trying to explain something doesn't mean I agree with it, right or left. And sometimes things that might work well in a particular incident at a particular time. Yeah, we can give them fuel. We got extra fuel. In a practical sense, like, yeah, this is good for working through the war, whether it's America doing it or Italy doing it or whatever, or the Soviet Union doing it for the war. Yeah, but that doesn't mean I want it to continue, or that is even, that didn't last long. That is even the best solution. It's just something, because sometimes things can work well, but they're not the best solution. They're just a solution that works. There may be better solutions that also work. Radar advance. So don't take anything that I say here just because I'm saying something that that it's an endorsement of it. Mobile unit. 39, we'll move these over to 1938. Technology, so it'll be more efficiently done. I'm trying to study political science and economics myself. I've been interested in politics since I was little, especially local politics. Kind of garbage, yeah. Okay, I recently came up. Well, one, I don't believe there is such a thing as political science. I have a degree in it. Don't believe it exists. They try to make it like a social science, like sociology. It's not. There are two elements of it. There's one, political theory, and then there's two, the art of politics. Okay, Germany has annexed Czechoslovakia and set up Slovakia. United Kingdom has guaranteed the independence of Poland, and Germany doesn't believe them. You know what happens. I don't think I need to explain how much of a mess where I live in, pointing out it's Seattle. Yeah. Oh, here, let me save this just in case it crashes out. I came up with this the other night. Let me just play it here for you. You'll hear the audio in just a second. This. If you're in university, Seamus, or Finnegan, I should say. Oh, it's not.
Part of politics is convincing people to accept their governance.
Okay, I think that you got a reverberation. So the art of politics. Like I say, there's two elements to it. I don't believe in political science. It exists. It is not a science. There is political theory that we've been talking about, whether it's, what is the theory of fascism, or the theory of National Socialism, or of socialism, or of communism, or of Republican governments or Democratic governments or things. There's political theory, but the art of politics is convincing people to accept their governance. And that there can be, it should be spelled both two ways. Their THEIR, their governance, but it's also their THERE governance. It's spelled both ways. That you have double that use has double meaning. It is convincing people. The art of politics is convincing people to accept their governance. That is the key to the art of politics, is convincing people to accept their governance. Meaning there as in those who are governing to have people accept their governance, and then people that are being governed, trying to convince them to accept it. Yes, I should be governed by somebody or something, is trying to, is that. And that is what the art of politics is. And yes, Seattle is doomed. Okay, mobile unit training advanced. No, mountain unit training advanced. Boy, I'm not reading that right. That is down here, and it's 38. We'll let that continue. And this machine gun focus, I believe that is armament. There, stop. That is something I don't think anybody else has ever said as clearly as that in all of my stuff. What are your thoughts on rent control? Is it good, bad, reasonable forms of it or not? Okay, well, I don't believe in anything. I am not an ideologist on anything, you know, such hardline elements. Okay. But generally speaking, markets are the best decider of things like that. If you, how do I put this? If you have an emergency situation that's going to last a while, you know, we're talking months or even a few years, you don't want to push a populace to be homeless. But we can see places, particularly like in Santa Monica here in California, you have rent controlled apartments that were rented literally in the 1970s and are still paying the same rent to this day. If the person hasn't left there. So the market is the better decision element. Price controls should only be coming in to deal with extremes. And fuck it, you know, no one deserves a sea view apartment, like right along Santa Monica, right along looking out over PCH and seeing the ocean. No one deserves that. So that it was $200 a month in 1970, that you should still be paying $200 a month now for that same apartment. Or if it was $1,000 a month in 1990, you should still be paying $1,000 a month. Maybe it should be $1 million a month now in that thing. There's nothing saying that you need to have this glorious view of an apartment or anything like that. Now, that also doesn't mean that exploitation. Now, what we're having is a problem in America is incoming populations. So they drive up things like rent. So that if you have an endless amount of new renters coming in, then you're always going to have that inflationary push of the rent costs. And what it seems to be, and you're pointing out, is the idea that governments, to mitigate that, is going to put caps on what you can charge for rent, which is a bad idea. Now, there, so it is. So generally speaking, it is a destructive element, because who in their right fucking mind? I don't know if you were around when I was talking about the earlier conditions in the 30s. Who in their fucking mind would want to build a new apartment building in Santa Monica that once they build it, they then rent it, and then those prices are all fixed until one of the people happen to move out and somebody new comes in that they can raise the price on it? Nobody will want to expand the rental capacity because they won't see, because of inflation, because of whatever reason. Otherwise, they won't see, including taxes going up on the same properties. They won't see the good investment it is to expand the amount of rental properties being available to meet the needs, because it'll be unprofitable to do that. So rent controls will almost invariably cause more problems than they'll solve, like most government programs. So I would agree, markets to an extent, in that some restraints must exist. Like for here in Seattle, rent control is banned by the government. We have radically higher rent for even low value homes. There are commercial rent plots that have been empty for 2 decades now, with rent going up to higher. Okay, well, now I'm talking about rent as in home ownership. Commercial rent is a whole different thing. Now, why do you have empty rental properties? I know why. Finnegan, do you know why you have empty rental properties? And don't just say it's because the rent is too high. That is not the answer. But why is there empty rental properties? Because I learned this mostly with commercial real estate, but it does hold true to at least some, and maybe a major case of home housing rental. Recon 39. Okay, let's move. Do you know why? So I know with commercial for sure why it's going higher. Because I've rented. I don't know if you've rented commercial real estate in your lifetime. And I asked the question and I got the answer. Just giving you time to think in that. Will you give them oil? Sure, you can have oil. Depends on the plot. Some are the prime real estate events. As far as real estate agent goes through, high prices can help. Nope, that's not it at all. Not at all. That isn't it at all. Okay, here's why you have, particularly in commercial, rents too high, or empty stuff. The banks. Okay, what happens is a lot of those properties are owned by the banks, and if they say that this building rents for $10 a square foot, they then count up the square footage in the building, and that's the value of this building, okay? And so they would rather have an empty building that rents for $10 a square foot than go, oh, well, it's only valued at $5 a square foot, so that would reduce the building's property in half, the value in half. And it's because of the banking system. And it also is the system of, if that's what the bank owns it, as well as when somebody has a loan on the building. So let's say if a guy owns a building and wants to buy a building across the street because it's for sale. He'll go to the bank and go, hey, I have my rental building here, and it rents, and it's half full. It rents at $10 a square foot, and so it's worth $100,000 a year or something, in income, blah blah blah, has this value. Rent me some money so I can buy this other building across the street. And the bank looks at all, yep, that sounds good, fine, signs off on it. So this guy then buys the other building. Well, if he lowers the value of his building by taking it from $10 a square foot down to $5 a square foot, I'm just using big numbers here, takes it down to that, the bank will call up, sir, we loaned you a bunch of money on that property that you had. Now we've been informed that it is now it's worth less than the value of the money that you borrowed against it. We need some other guarantees of the loan, or we're going to immediately call in your loan and take over your building, sir. So meaning his financial situation will collapse if he reduces, or the bank reduces, the value of the rental square footage commercially on that property. So it will set set it up there. So if the bank owns it, or if one of these like BlackRock, big corporation ownership corporations, if they reduce the price, their value, their ownership value goes down, because the ownership value on a commercial rental particularly, but also for residential, is based on the income value, as opposed to where, particularly with residential, you also have the sale value, that someone would buy it to just own it and not rent it, not as a rental property. But rental properties valuation, because if I own a building, if I own 50% of a home, meaning I've bought a home, I've, between my down payment and paying it off, I now own half of the value of the home. And if that value of the home is $500,000 or $1 million, if it's worth $1 million, that means I have $500,000 in value that I can again take out a second loan on it to buy some other house, maybe in a cheaper state than Washington or California. Buy some other property out here with that value, and rent it out, hopefully. And so if I keep that up, and I may start it out when it's worth that, but if the price goes down, then the value of the home goes down, and I can't do all the financial stuff. So it is banking that's keeping a lot of that going. I'm sure you can find, and I see what you're writing there, some details where this doesn't hold true in certain places and certain conditions. Somebody could die, and the ownership of the property is in dispute, and it's in a trusteeship, and the trustee doesn't care about renting out the property at any lower price. They don't care if nobody takes it. They're just in a trusteeship. So whether the building is empty or the building is staying, and they're going through litigations, and so there can be individual cases that explain why no one has lowered the price of real estate down. And because obviously some commercial real estate could be converted to living, residential real estate, or vice versa, depending on deciding. So it's the banking system is what's keeping particularly commercial real estate. Because I would go into, when I was trying to rent office spaces for various things in the past, I'd go into it and think, nice building here. Man, they were $7 a square foot or whatever it was. They're showing me around this building, and I'm realizing this building complex is 20% occupied. I asked, I can afford $5 a square, whatever it was, like $5 a square foot or a month on this, and I can't afford $7. And this is a really nice building, a nice place. Wouldn't they rather have some income going? And the guy, it's owned by the bank, because he specifically said this building is owned by the bank, and their bank how much assets the bank owns is based on the value of the rental that they get in that building. So they don't care. Ultimately, the rental income is inconsequential to the overall ownership of the building for the bank and the valuation of the assets of the bank. And if they lowered it down, the assets would go down in the bank, and it would be bad for the bank. So they don't care. So if you want it, it's this price. We'll even, they'd give you, we'll give you 3 months off rent, free, 3 months free. We don't care, so long as the dollar value says X per month, we'll give you some free months. Now, it wasn't going to be free months every year. It was free months to sort of move in and get settled and whatnot. And I'm looking at, well, I'm not just wanting to be here for a year. I'm wanting to be here for 10 years or whatever it might be. I don't know. I know that isn't worth it. So they would do anything. They would work with me almost in any way short of actually reducing the square footage value of the building. And that I learned. And so I ended up mostly renting in buildings that weren't owned by banks. Because they would deal, if they had free office space, because it was for office space that having to deal with in the past wasn't store frontage space, so you didn't care, it was just in office buildings, and so location was important, but it wasn't people were going to come visit, they were directed to come there. It wasn't foot traffic walking by and seeing coming in, so but where it was an issue. But yeah, so I found buildings where people would be willing to deal with you got it free stuff. Well, this, and the other thing, and sign a rent agreement. So that's why rent is so high in a lot of these places. And for residential, a lot of it is flooding of people coming in. And also, it's partial. That's the flooding of people coming in. And it's the willingness of people to live 4 people to a room as well. And so they're able to pay more for rent than, say, 1 person per room. And that does make a bit of difference. People coming in CAS pilot training. Flying transport ship engine, which is over here. We'll stop that. We got both of those. We can do landing craft flotillas and infantry guns advance, which now opens up all of these here. Port of Tungsten, Chile. No, thank you. I'm building up enough money. Then, in your opinion, at least, what can even be done about rent situations like this, especially in regards to owners like the banks that are often after land value and not after rent? Well, how do I put this? It goes back to government interference. And it goes back to the 1930s, maybe a little before 1938, but back to this time period. During the beginning of the Great Depression, there was the bank crash. the stock market crash. They're both related to each other. There was also, of course, the Dust Bowl and other things. But what happens with the banks is, how do I put this? Banks don't lend you money, okay? Or don't lend businesses money. They don't. They sell money, okay? They don't lend money, they sell money. What you do is you give the banks, if you are a holder of money, you give banks money you sell them the money for a return on the money. We'll keep it simple. You give, and I know it isn't this way. I know it's more like Britain or one of the banks in Germany just went up to 1%. But let's say you give them money and you get 10% back over a year. Okay. So you're selling money with a return on it. The banks then go and they resell that money to somebody else for 20%. I just want to keep numbers simple here. So they're making 10% on the money. It doesn't. I knew some bankers that they were dealing in fractions of percent and making millions of dollars a day. Sometimes the volume is very high. So don't. I'm just doing big numbers just to keep it simple. Because sometimes the banking numbers can be very, very, very thin margins between what they're taking in and what they're going out. Okay, so they make their money on selling other people money, and so they sell them the money for a repayment schedule plus interest. So they're selling out money. Now what happens? So the bank cannot, and this gets deep in financial situations, and people think my opinions are interesting. That's good to hear. Is banks cannot take in all this money and then hold on to it and hand it back out, that money plus 10%, because they'll go out of business. Okay, they'll go out of business because it takes money to start a bank. It's all really you got to go through regulations and setting things up, and more today than it was in the past. But in the olden days, in 1900, literally almost all it took was money, and you could start a bank. That's sort of how Bank of America got started. It was called the Bank of Italy at the time, and it was, I think, right around 1900 when there was the San Francisco earthquake. Literally, one of the guys who was involved in banking literally had a pile of money, and it was called the Bank of Italy at the time. That directly becomes Bank of America today, that probably most Americans have heard of. He's literally handing out money and writing down, somebody owes me money, to deal with the literal hours after the San Francisco earthquake situation. And so he builds the bank off of the San Francisco earthquake that becomes the Bank of America. And it was really literally a small time operation, but he had his money in the bank or whatever. He had enough money, so it becomes it. So all it takes is money. But if people are giving you money in, and you have to give them the money back, right? So what you have to do this system, you have to give money to somebody else away, okay? So you to earn money to be able to pay off the people that put money in your bank, whether it's whether it's grandma or some little kid with their $100, doesn't matter the amount, or whether it's some mega corporation shows up with $10 billion. It doesn't matter. This has nothing to do with scale. It has to do with basic economics. And banks are useful, people. I can go into it. There's a lot of you may go banks are evil, but they're a necessary and a useful evil. Doesn't mean they can't do bad things. Big banks, small banks, doesn't mean they can't do bad things, but banks are necessary. So that means they're good. Like air is good, right? But you blow too much oxygen in your lungs, you can blow yourself up. So too much of a good thing, or bad air, with some contaminants in it, smog or whatever. But you still need air. So smoggish air, air, not quite poison, true poison, but air, smog levels. Well, it's still better than no air. So we got to have banks. So it's not getting rid of banks. Banks are useful things. So this isn't an anti-bank rant or anything. Okay, so the bank has to put out money, has to put out enough money loaned out on things to be able to make enough to pay off the people that put money into the bank. Okay, so if, let's say, the bank has $1 million in assets, they would like to loan that $1 million out. But they know they can't, because every single day one of their customers comes in, I want some of my money. So they go, okay, well, we'll loan out I'm keeping the numbers simple here, $900,000. We're going to keep $100,000 in our bank. Just because every day, some grandma wants a dollar or two, whatever it is that we do. So they got to keep some money in the bank. Well, because of the stock market crash, there was a run on banks. And because banks were failing, people had put money into the stock market that was only going up and up and up, and they would buy it on the margin. And meaning they would, if I can buy 100 shares by putting only the price of 10 shares down, and after 30 days or 90 days or whatever, sell that and make $30, or whatever, make a killing. That, as long as it's going up, that works. But if you put in more than what you could, so the idea was, I don't want to get explained it, but okay, get off of that. But so there was people, everybody showed up at the bank, went, I want my money, and the bank's going, we don't have all your money. We don't have all your money because we've loaned it out to other people. And so what the problem is, and so banks failed. And then people lost confidence in the banks because the banks failed. So the government, which still does to this day, right now it's about, I think, $250,000. If you have a bank account in an FDIC insured account, it'll take a while to get the money out of it if the bank fails, but you can get your money out up to $250,000. So even if the bank collapses tomorrow, you can get your money out of the bank. So don't put too much money in any one bank. And you can get your money out. So the bank may shut its doors because it doesn't have the money to hand the money out, but your money isn't lost. The government is insuring it. So to do this insurance thing, the government requires the bank to have secured assets, including money on hand, a certain amount of money on hand, to have certain types of, and I'm getting into areas that I really don't know the details of, but they require you to have, secured assets and not to have, as proportion to the amount of money loaned out, that they own assets, that they actually own. See, an asset can be, because if they own a building in Chicago or, middle of nowhere, if they own that building or that piece of property, that's sort of like having cash. And we're not talking a loan out onto somebody else that they've loaned it out, but they actually own the building. They can sell that building. So that that's an asset. So like, oh shit, we're having a run on the bank, and the bank inspector comes and shows, okay, you got a run on you. Okay, well, you do have 10 million, you do have $10 million worth of property over here. Okay, we'll sell 5 million of that quickly, just fire sale it out and pay off your people demanding money, and then we're all good. So you have to have assets. And so they value to keep the whole system going, they move a lot of assets into something hard, because stocks can fluctuate, other things can fluctuate. So they put it in real estate. And then they like that asset if everything would go well. That whether it's commercial or residential, they'd love to have it to be actual an income property, but it's an investment asset. So the problem is to fix your solution, you got to sort of destroy the current banking system. So you need a banking system for surety. So meaning if you're a farmer, you need farming equipment. Well, you can't necessarily save up to buy a new tractor. If your tractor breaks down and you need a new tractor today, I got to have a tractor to farm. Well, save up for it. Well, I can't have any income unless I have a tractor. The farmer can go into the bank, go, hey, I've got all this farmland. I have this history of farming. It's going to be profitable. I mean, yeah, there may be down years. We can look into this stuff, but give me a loan to buy a tractor and I'll pay you off over time. And the bank, yeah, this is a good deal. You need that upfront money to because when we need farms, we need to have farmers periodically need new farm tractors, and they can't everyone have a rainy day fund, an extra money sitting around for a tractor in case there's breakdown or whatever it is. They've got to have this rainy day fund. So if you're coming, I've got a business that makes mice. You see it doing here on my desk. I make mice. I make 500 mice a day. I've got orders for 5,000 mice a day. But they're not going to pay me for on those extra orders of mice unless I can give them the mice. Like a big retailer, Best Buy or whoever. But they'll buy 5,000 mice a day. But I can't make that. Bank, here I have these orders from this company, guaranteed orders. Will you loan me money to buy equipment to make 5,000 mice a day? And they may call up, do some due diligence and call up Best Buy. Is this real? And yes, and we love their mice and we're going to buy this stuff. And the bank goes, yeah, okay, this is a worthy loan. We'll loan this guy, to the business, not to his personal account, to the business account. We'll take the risk. And because we always foreclose and get that machinery back, and then it's used, might not get the same amount for it, but sell it to somebody else to make some different mice or make some other plastic molded injected thing or whatever it is, make so they can still get some of their assets back if the business fails. It's not a 100% loss if it goes out of business. It's just a hassle. And they'd rather maybe quickly sell off that hassle to somebody who deals with it. So take a bit of a loss, but overall, it's they do it. So you want banks to loan me money so I can go from 500 mice a day to 5,000 mice a day, which grows the economy, which employs more people, which keeps everything going. So banks are useful and necessary and good. Then we can talk about toxic banks somewhere, and I know they have been bad at times, whether generally or specifically to one particular bank, big bank. I'm not saying, hey, Toy Jet, doing well. How are you doing? So yeah. Other than a bubble collapse and a reorganization, there isn't really a easy, painless solution to your problem, Finnegan. So I like the name Finnegan. That's why I'm calling you that. So yeah, those are pretty bad. Oh, I'm sorry you're doing bad. Hope things get better for you. Don't know whether you want to share now or you want to talk to me some other time, but about why things are going bad. Battle cruiser armor thickness, that is under capital ships, and that is right here. Okay. Down here. Well, let's do some of these. Okay, Air Force HQs. We'll get that going. Okay, well, I hope the trouble works out well enough. I can make a guess or two, but yeah, I hear you. Got that's 3. These are my sort of battleship groups here. Well, basically, we don't know that it's going to work. Because what you would have to do, I mean, it can happen, then again, just by theoretically, just by whatever. And again, I'm talking a little bit out of my ass because I don't actually know enough details to talk about it well. But you could just do something like, for bank assets and other assets, the valuation of the property has to be based upon actual income of the property as opposed to theoretical income. The mere fact that you got one person, or, one business to rent in that location at $10 a square foot for 4 years, and then they go out of business, and you sit there for 4 or 5 years waiting for somebody else who will rent at that same level. So you've established a baseline for the property, and you're able to keep it. You just need to change the regulations that says, well, the value of the building is based upon actual rental income, kind of thing, not based upon what you got for it at some point. That lake is long gone. I think it died in the 1960s. You have done a lot of text for them. Okay. I don't know if we're going to do battle cruisers. I'm just not sure on that. Definitely going to do battleships. Definitely going to do heavy cruisers and light cruisers. I just don't, so it's just, battle cruiser armor thickness, but so a bunch of these are texts that, capital ship bulkhead layouts and whatever that are good for all of them. I just go one for the battle cruiser here, a few things. Definitely going to do light and heavy cruisers. Definitely going to do battleships. Just not sure on the cruisers. At least that's I'm just not sure. We're definitely going for big surface fleet, air, and the gunnery. Not just in America, the definitely was black shoe or brown shoe Navy. Pilots wore brown shoes, or could wear brown shoes, where the Navy shoes are black, but the pilots could wear brown. Aviators, or whatever you want to call them, in their crews. Recon units. So that's why it's sort of it's that distinction in shorthand. Black shoe Navy and brown shoe Navy aircraft carrier, or carrier aircraft. That would be over here. And it's grayed out. Okay, good. Well, is there something over here on the carriers we should be? Fleet carrier class. Yeah, let's look at that. No, we've gone down and needed. Belgium submarine. Okay, you can have a submarine. We would give it. No, we don't need money for supplies. Doubles good. Okay, we've got some of the coal, which has helped out some, but it is not. We're in this sort of second wave of coal stuff, and some I did double, but I'm thinking, because we're going to continue to expand our industry, and America is having a severe coal problem. And so going through the chaos of switching over from one to the other, you don't want to collapse the banking system. Don't listen to people who want to do that. That'll just cause problems. So I migrated over somehow. Get get it so that the actual market has influence on the rental values up or down on property, because Rodeo Drive or some other place just gets to have outrageous rental because it is just too chic and too prestigious of a place, whether it's actually makes you profitable or not. But if you're Gucci or whatever, you want to have your store on Rodeo Drive just to have it there, even if the actual income of the store is less than the actual, the cost of being there, not just rent, but other costs maybe. But the idea of having it there is prestigious and cool. If you're Gucci or people who want to buy actually Gucci or buy real Gucci stuff. And so that'll just get to be outrageous and expensive. But I've been 20 years since I've been to Rodeo Drive or more. But that's just literally like 3 or 4 blocks that's properly Rodeo Drive and is super expensive kind of thing. So yeah, let that be as expensive as they want to be because of what it is. Other places will be much more practically valued. And if you've got, super high rental property somewhere, well, hey, yeah, you're at the ocean or whatever, and it's really super cool. But yes, we need whatever country you are, whether it's the U.S. and I'm talk about that, or whether it's Sweden or Germany or Monaco, you don't need to house the world. So if you constantly let in unfettered new people showing up, sort of like Monaco, I believe there's no income tax in Monaco. I could be wrong about that. But it is, for rich people mostly, and there's a lot of rich people that want to move there. I'm sure it drives up real estate prices. I don't know if there's special help for Monacan citizens of longer standing to keep their rental and ownership properties better. But if you let the world in, you're just going to drive up rental prices. And Monaco is a good example of it because it's a very small micro state that doesn't have any poor people coming in there. The poor people that work there, shall we say, live outside of Monaco and come into Monaco just because it's, Seattle is weird in that it's super expensive, but the rest of the state is far, far more mild. Yeah, and I mostly just hear about Seattle in the news, and it's probably 1980 something or whatever since I've last been in Seattle, and back then it was sort of a neat place. Why is it so expensive there? It's because there's high demand. Poor people, well, they should go somewhere else. And if you didn't have poor people willing to live, like I say, 4 people to not to an apartment, but to a room. I'm envisioning like 4 people coming from some other country, all willing to sleep in bunk beds and earn money in America and work cheaper. They want to keep the share the rent costs down, kind of thing like that. If you don't want to focus on that, then if you don't have that flooding in, then you'll just have not enough workers. So the either the rental prices will come down and or the wages will go up to meet the needs. If it's if there isn't a good transportation system, which could just be automobiles, but coming in from cheaper areas into where it's nearby Tacoma is filled with people that live in Tacoma. Yeah, work in Seattle. Yeah, and if and I don't know, and I've commuted in the L.A. area, and the idea of I was lucky to get there in half an hour or so. If everything worked right, I could get to work or get home in half an hour. But if there was any sort of accident or any sort of thing, it was going to be 45 minutes to an hour. And it's about half the time one way or the other was a bit more time coming in. So so commuting into work is a thing. I've done it, and there's nothing wrong with the concept of it. It's just at what point is it worth it or not worth it? And are they paying enough? Okay, medium armor design, which is probably grayed out, yes. And what is bow ramps, which is, I think, I want it done, yes. Okay, good. And a lot of that should just be, market. Unless you can give me a compelling reason, like, oh shit, we gotta house these people, and whatnot, then I'm sort of like that. Hello, Barocas, how you doing? Actually born in LA County. I'm originally from Long Beach. Ah, okay. I'm not that far away from where you. I'm not going to quite out exactly where I am, but I know that area very well. So and annex you. Japan's going to annex it. Wait for it. Wait for it. Somebody stole our blueprints. Okay. Aren't they going to give it over to China? Okay, molybdenum sales have ended. Close air support. Prototypes, that would be here. Okay. The support tanks. I'm not the British, so I'm not thinking of it. Oh, that's right. We have this over here, light infantry support. Come on, give it over to the Chinese. Japan has one last place to conquer. Yes, there we go. So give it over to the Republic of Chinese, Republic of China and Nanjing. Once they get that, then Japan will take the coast and leave the interior to China to manage. Okay, we're starting to get some of our ships out. So we want to continue to both increase our coal production or energy, however you want to say that within these game terms, and increase our industrial production. We get through a few of these, we're going to start doing some more carriers and battleships because those are the long lead times. If anyone is new here, please follow or subscribe depending on the service. And I don't know that there's anybody actually watching on Twitter, but I'm broadcasting currently live to Twitter, to Twitch, to YouTube, and to Facebook. So if you are live and want to watch it on a different service because you get better connection or whatever, take our puppets money. How are we doing for money? Okay, so we could take our puppets money. 3,000. We'll do that from our puppet. Sorry, we'll do. No, I don't want to give it to South Africa. money for cruise from Finland. So different playing the U.S. than Germany, where with Germany, I'm constantly worrying about getting resources and constantly trying to sell my supplies to pay for those resources. So I use a lot more diplomacy than I've been needing to use here. Okay, War of the Worlds. Heard parts of the recording of the radio broadcast, and long ago they made a movie about this, of people's reaction. War of the Worlds, a recent radio adaptation of H.G. Wells' novel War of the Worlds in the United States, has caused mass hysteria among its listeners. Directed and narrated by Orson Welles, the radio drama was a special Halloween episode of Mercury Theater on the air and described a seemingly unstoppable Martian invasion of the Earth. Many who caught only part of the broadcast believed it told of real events and reacted with panic. Experts attribute this to the tense international situation and looming specter of war that hangs over the nation. I don't know how much it was, the international situation, but I watched a movie they made back, I think it was in the 70s, about this incident. It was done as if it was a news broadcast. The whole thing was done as if it was a news broadcast. And they very, very clearly state at the beginning of the program that it was just a news, or it was a drama. It wasn't real. But once it starts, they don't ever stop and update that. They don't have. And here's a note from our, radio stations that this is just they like towards the end of it they do, but a lot of people don't like have radios in their cars or whatever, so they've like panicked and left. So they don't. I think at some point they do update because it's like an hour or two. It's like an hour or two, but a lot of people panic and start fleeing cities and running away. Just mostly in the Northeast, in the sort of nearby areas. Meaning they weren't like running mad out in LA because it was being described as, I don't know, somewhere up and around here. I forget where. And so people in this area were panicking, and it was real and dramatic, and it really affected people because people. Hey, hello, Eric. People really believed the media in the past, and so what the media told them, they believed it was true. And so if the news was saying this was happening, oh my God, it must be happening. Now if the news says and shows photos of an alien invasion, we're going to go, huh, really? You trying to trick us with that? And so, okay, so we get, daily descent until November. Okay, so just a month here. And land organization, I don't care about land organization right now. Okay. Artillery unit combined arms advance. That is here, 1940. Let's see, is there another 1930? Not here immediately that I need to be researching. And artillery, command and control advance 2. I have to get both of them done. Let's come over here and do those two. And so, like I was saying, I'm not using a lot of diplomacy right now. Maybe I should be trying to influence nations. I don't know. Control system training. Oh, that's probably just the general one here. Yes. Like bomber prototypes. Okay, grayed out. Most of those are being done. Carriers. What are we going to try to push ahead earlier on? Carriers, but not too far. Okay. Oops. Do float plane skins. And these we're pushing early on, so let's do damage control. Wonder why that isn't updating. See, alien invasion. All right, who benefits? As some people would probably say, yeah. Well, partially also, we have just so much, materials. Yeah, you can have that. CGI and other computer graphics. So if they were showing us pictures of spaceships, we might not believe that it's real. But they didn't. Well, if you watch the old Flash Gordon and Buck Rogers series, they had some special effects, but not terribly believable. Now, if you hadn't seen any else before, you might believe it. But yeah, we'll do that. Okay, we've now gotten back to high popularity. Very nice. The Arc World is launched, and that allows us to do more research on things. And we'll do U.S. embargo on Japan. Japan's extensive aggression in East Asia has led the U.S. to embargo scrap metal shipments to Japan and constrains its foreign policy actions and closes the Panama Canal to Japanese shipping. The U.S. responded by responded by freezing Japan's assets in the U.S. and embargoing all oil and gas export. Oil was Japan's most critical imported resource. More than 80% of Japan's oil imports at this time came from the United States, although some nations in South America have much needed oil. They are unable to provide it to Japan due to U.S. influences. Effectively, the entire American continent is embargoed to Japan. Okay. This has a lot to do with what's happening today with Russia and Ukraine as well. And there's now reports that the U.S. provided information that allowed the Ukrainians to target the Moskva heavy cruiser or whatever classic cruiser it was, and to allow it to be sunk. Some people on the internet, including those with millions of subscribers and whatnot, are claiming that the U.S. means the U.S. is at war with Russia. Well, most of these people are younger than I am, and they don't remember the Cold War. Now, you say Cold War, does that mean the Cold War we were at war with Russia? No, we weren't at war with Russia. We were in a Cold War, which is a different thing. It's maybe indirect hostilities. Indirect, not direct. It can lead, and it does in this case, to war with Japan, and then Germany declaring war on the U.S. Now, trying to be very careful with what I say because I want my historical analysis and my sort of modern political analysis to be correct, if you will. Nations have the right to trade with who they want to. Okay. Now, I want to say this up front clearly so you understand it. We as individuals are all hypocrites at some level. Some are major hypocrites, some are minor, whatever. That doesn't matter. We're all hypocrites, and all nations are hypocritical at some level as well. So I just said a nation has the right to trade with who it will. Well, Japan didn't want to fucking trade with anybody. Well, the Dutch. They wanted to trade with the Dutch. They knew the Dutch liked to live on islands. So down in Nagasaki, they created a little island that attracted Dutchmen to it. And they would show up at this little island and trade and then go away. But that's all they wanted to do. They'd actually allow them to fly a Dutch flag off the island. They had this little tiny sort of man-made type island that the Dutch could show up and live on. And ships could come and go periodically, like a couple times a year or something. But otherwise, they didn't want to trade with anybody. Well, Perry shows up with the American fleet before the American Civil War and shows up and says, hey, you're going to trade with us. I don't know if there was a really or, like we're actually going to bombard you, but it was like, hey, you're going to trade with us. So there wasn't too much of an option to say no. I'm sure there was some level of an option to say no, but we sort of forced the doors open. We wanted to trade with Japan. And now it wasn't any sort of, because the Americans' ideological belief, I mean, we are hypocrites, sure, like every other nation, but maybe not as bad a hypocrite. It wasn't going to be an exclusive thing, like an American economic zone. Anybody could trade with Japan. We just want to trade happen. That is basically also what is happening with China. Imperial China, before, we're talking like 1900, the Boxer Rebellion and whatnot, didn't want to trade with foreigners. Oh, they wanted to have Hong Kong and a little sort of, again, British and Macau or Portuguese people on islands. They sort of wanted the Macau. They didn't really want Hong Kong, but they sort of accepted that. Have a little bit of trade here, and that was still sort of wars and whatnot, but sort of controlled by them, limited trade. Well, eventually we say, nope, you're going to have to open up the doors. Now, the Europeans wanted to carve out sections for each nation. The U.S. wanted, hey, everybody just compete and it forced it open. So yes, of course, the U.S. is hypocritical. Not saying we're not. But it's still, now of course in Japan's case, they realize once somebody's knocking on the doors, go, oh shit, we're still swinging swords at each other, and we have the few that we have, really crappy matchlock muskets around. We're behind the times, and they once they saw it, they embraced trade with the world and modernization. China still sort of kind of has not modernization, but they have not embraced trade with the world. Oh, they want to sell things to the rest of the world. They don't want to buy things, manufactured things, particularly from other parts of the world. They do not want open door trade policies in China still to this day. They like exports, and if they need to, they don't like to, but if they have something they can't make, rare earth materials or oil or whatever they don't have enough of, they will import it if needed, but they don't like to do that either. They don't want to do that. It's sort of a necessary evil for them, the import. They like the export. They don't like the import. So it is every nation's right to refuse to trade with somebody. Yes, like I just said, sometimes we'll ignore those rights, but it is their right. Now, for the American case on hypocriticism, America didn't invade Japan. They just sort of showed up with a navy and waved hi. And for China, really didn't invade China either. And you can talk about the Boxer Rebellion and the relief of the siege at Peking, the foreign quarter at Peking, but really it wasn't. It was more of like, hey, our embassy is under siege. We're sending in troops to relieve it, and then leave a really small garrison, and then sort of leave a Shanghai. Really sort of minor garrisons. It really wasn't. It wasn't a major invasion. It was more like, hey, a demonstration, and you better get on board, or we'll go home or something. Let's see if this works. So, compared to Japan's invasion of China to get it as an exclusive Japanese trade zone or something else. So, U.S. isn't quite as bad hypocritical as other nations. And some of the reasons for these trade actions can very much be to have a nation behave differently than it does. Okay. That is often why they happen. It is not equal, does not equal, is not equal, does not justify kinetic or, kinetic warfare, meaning warfare of a shooting type. Now, normally, um, trade embargoes. Now, we're not talking about actual blockades, like ships sitting off the shore and not allowing them to enter and leave necessarily, but just national trade embargoes. Normally, it works to modify the behavior of the other country, but not necessarily in the direction that those implementing the embargoes want them to. Meaning, like in Japan's case, it definitely modifies Japan's actions. So instead of just fighting a war with China, they also fight a war with the U.S. So it gets them to modify their behavior, which is to attack the U.S. And we have harsh embargoes against Iran as I speak now currently. And I do not believe that if we didn't have embargoes on Iran, that they would, they would be a nice, friendly nation and not send terrorists around the world and foment rebellion in Shiite nations, and they'd just be good, natural people. No, I don't think so. I just think they would be more two-faced about it. Pretend not to be doing it while still doing it, as opposed to doing it openly and blatantly. So now when we get to today's, Iran is still, of course, ongoing. When we get to today's situation of economically isolating Russia, like shutting down all the McDonald's, it's a minor thing. But I think a lot of the McDonald's are opening back up under a different name, because I think most of the hamburger patties and hamburger buns were produced locally, and they'll just keep making McDonald's and put it under a different name. So I think so. I'm trying to analyze this and look at this. If the U.S. had not embargoed Japan and allowed Japan to, not allowed, but not embargo Japan, and to feed it steel, to feed it oil and other materials, might have kept them from attacking the United States, might even have kept them from attacking other Western European countries, because, again, under this influence, they get the Dutch to stop selling oil to Japan, I believe. They're influencing Latin America to not sell oil, but that's too far away for them to attack. I don't know whether I'm trying to think, they probably wouldn't have gotten Indochina from the French. Probably not. If America had continued to sell all that they could afford to buy of steel, of oil, and anything else, just what they could afford to buy. I don't think they would attack the European powers. They just would have been in an ongoing war with China. Would that have been better for the world? Don't know if anybody in chat now wants to speak out on that. Oh, we have. No, not gonna allow. Let me hide. Ali out there with your emojis. I don't know that we're gonna do those. So, sorry, those are not terribly appropriate emojis. So that what would the world be different without Japan going to war and joining the Axis with the European powers? Would that make the war the better place? Well, Japan wants to eat China bite by bite, not all at once. China does not want, under Chiang Kai-shek, does not want to give up its territory, its coastal territory. It does not. He realizes that the goal of China, our goal of Japan, is not a limited one. It is every 10 or 20 years, it's another big bite of China. So he is not willing to give in on that. For some reason, that is no. Okay. I wonder what I missed other times. Don't know if that's still working. Let me down it. Reopen Restream over here. Okay. Yeah. Hey Arno, are you around over on Twitch? Can you just post a message on Twitch and see if it comes through? Again. So if it had just been a Sino-Japanese war, what we would have today, if we just allowed this to continue, we would have a. Okay. Hello, Federcole. I don't know if people see. I think my restream has stopped reporting stuff over on Twitch, so I don't know if I've been missing people's comments over there. Hello. Why did the Japanese attack the U.S.? All the resources they needed was in territories held by the Dutch and the British. I've been looking for the reason why they decided to drag the U.S. in. That's the reason. And they believed the cultural kinship between Britain and the U.S. was strong enough that if Japan attacks, particularly here, the U.S. would go to war. I mean, it's as simple as that. And I've read about some of the stuff. They wanted this oil. But the Dutch colonies are effectively a British puppet at the stage that it happens. Okay. Now, they're entirely run by the Dutch. Okay. Don't think that there's any British people running the Dutch East Indies. But unlike, because France is occupied and the French garrisons never, well, the great bulk of the French garrisons never leaves Vietnam when the Japanese come and occupy it. And they're not put in prisoner of war camps. They just all stay in their barracks. They're just told to stay in their barracks. And they stay in their barracks during the whole war. Now, they can go out to eat lunch or something without their uniforms on, but they're not allowed to deploy as troops. And they're, I think, I think they still have like their rifles, but they're disarmed from any heavy weapons, and they just sit as sort of inactive garrisons during the entire Japanese occupation. The French do in Indochina. That's basically I'm sure I'm getting wrong in some details, but that's basically the condition of the French in Indochina. There are some troop evacuations, but I think the great overwhelming number of the French Indochinese troops, the French troops in Indochina, I should say, just stay there and stay in barracks. They're not put in prisoner of war camps. Britain is still actively in the war. Britain still controls Malaya very directly controls Singapore, which is sort of separate from Malaya, sort of the similar, sort of separate. And there's a Dutch fleet down here, and the Dutch fleet is mainly a fleet set up to control this area, meaning they've got cruisers, proper ship cruisers. They don't. I think they're mostly light cruisers, as cruisers go. I don't know if Arno here would have better if there's any heavy cruisers, but they're basically few cruisers, destroyers, that kind of thing. And Japan knows that a declaration of war against the Dutch will bring Britain into it because they're allies. They're actively allies at this point. Queen Wilhelmina, the current queen of the Netherlands, escapes. I think some more of the Dutch government escapes to Britain. There's a government in exile in Britain. So functionally, the Dutch East Indies are a puppet state of Britain in that sense. So again, there's Dutch people ruling Indonesia. It isn't like a bunch of British soldiers or a bunch of British colonial bureaucrats show up. No, they just continue everything as usual, but it's become a British protectorate, and any sort of element for the war effort, resources primarily, are all going into the collective British war effort. And the U.S. is willing to do everything, and it gets back to this, doing everything it can for China, up to including sending volunteers that literally go from, I'm a U.S. Army Air Corps pilot, to handing in, that allows somebody, Chenault, basically, to come around and go, hey, guys, I've made a deal with the Army Air Corps that anybody who you can quit right now today, you know however long it says, you're like, you signed up for 5 years or 2 years or whatever, however long on your officer's contract with that, they'll let you get out of it right now, no penalties, you can get out of your contract, and I will I'll hire you, and you'll get to leave there. I'll immediately hire you into the Chinese Air Force at some low pay, but I'll give you, I think it was $100 per aircraft you shoot down, which is a lot of money at the time, to fly in China. So they literally do a deal with the U.S. government to get U.S. pilots to officially leave U.S. Army Air Corps service. I think 2 or 3 of them leave, like the Marine Corps. One of them is Greg Pappy Boyington, famous Marine pilot, that comes over. And the U.S. government, some models of P-40s that, the British just don't really quite think they need anymore because, upgrades to the air war in Europe. So they're sort of like, oh yeah, these P-40 aircraft. Now there's different newer models. They continue using the P-40s, but these sort of right now excess to needs, and this is in 1941, excess to needs of aircraft that the British don't quite need right now. We'll sell them, give them just very much like what's happening in Ukraine right now. This is why this is sort of an important topic, and I'm going in on it. We'll give them, sell them to China and whatnot, and so we'll give American pilots, American ground crews, mechanics that have left the Army Air Corps, so they're no longer officially in the Army Air Corps. Give them these rather advanced aircraft. They're not the most advanced by this point, but they're, as the scale goes, okay, they're a few, they're a model or two older than the most advanced, but they're still damn advanced aircraft. We're going to give them to China, and they're going to go fight in a war. So they'll do that, and they'll do all the economic, you can't trade with the U.S. You can't trade, oh, Mexico, you're going to trade with us? Great, good. Oh, well, if you also trade with, these especially essential things, because there's a lot, Pemex is the main Mexican oil company. Probably Pemex, I don't know if it would satisfy all of Japan's needs, but it would be a big, huge, massive amount of oil going to Japan. Yeah. Do you want to trade with us or do you want to trade with Japan? Make your choice. Which do you want to do? They go, U.S. We trade so much more with the U.S. Maybe not in oil, but in other things we trade more with the U.S. So yeah, we'll do what the U.S. wants us to do. And outside of some little, and mostly it was U.S. Marines going after rebels, but outside of sort of some direct action in a few little places around here, the U.S. isn't threatening military action on any of these countries. It's not even an implied threat. It's more of, do you want to trade with us or do you want to trade with Japan? Let's put it that way. Okay, see you, Finnegan. I don't know if you've already left. Have a good day. But I still want to go on with this topic. And so the U.S. is willing to do everything but actually go to war because of China. Everything they can possibly do short of shooting at the Japanese in the planes painted with American stars on them. They'll give them American planes flown by American pilots with Chinese stars on them, because the Chinese have different sort of white stars than the Americans do. They put Chinese stars on them and they fly against them. Now that's really, actually, that last little bit is only happening as and only gets sort of set up and flying as Japan's attacking. So, but Japan realizes these things are happening, and so what is America going to do if they declare war against the British? Because to get to the Dutch, you got to declare war against the British, and America has this sitting in the way, this strategical position, and it of course has a fleet that it remembers when it went to war with Russia up here, and they take Port Arthur down here. This is Port Arthur. That was a Russian imperial port here down here. Take Port Arthur. That there is an ongoing battle here, going on and on and on. They can win. Japan can win battles, but Russia can just keep enough connection to keep sending more troops. And so the Russian Imperial Fleet actually does something really remarkable. It sails from here. A few go through the Suez, but most of them sail all the way around Africa. Sail all the way up here. And because the main action at that point is over here at Vladivostok, sails up to here and gets to the Straits of Tsushima right about here, and the Japanese sink the Russian Imperial Fleet. Now, it did a remarkable thing of sailing all the way around the continents. Russia had never done anything like that before. That's actually a really remarkable feat. But it gets sunk. A European main battle fleet, and remember, there were some janky ships within this, but a lot of it was sort of high-tech ships that I think a lot of them were built by Germany, but I'm not sure on all the details of who built the Russian fleet. But it was a high-tech European fleet that just gets sunk by a non-European fleet. One that was not built by Britain, but but a bunch of British technical people. Japan and Britain sort of have a alliance at this point, and so there's a lot of British influence in the Japanese Navy, but it is still primarily Japanese Navy. Japanese built, sinks a European fleet, and the war is over. Not that quick, but sinking of the Russian fleet allows them to do peace negotiations and have the war. Well, that's what Japan it remembers that. So it thinks, well, if we come down here, lightning blitzkrieg, take all this stuff here, America, if we can sink their fleet here, America, well, last time, and they see America as just another European country, well, they'll negotiate. And you know what I personally believe? And this is belief time and not, good scholarship. But I believe that, our fleet got sunk. Well, okay, we'll negotiate. Not surrender, we'll negotiate. Okay, you withdraw from the Philippines. You withdraw from Singapore. Maybe you get to keep sort of Borneo possession. Oh, and we will agree to sell 1 million tons a year of steel, and we'll agree to sell 100,000 barrels of oil a year from the U.S., and we'll agree to some of these things. And Japan mostly withdraws from, might keep some, try to keep some strategic oil resources, but leaves, Sumatra, Java, the rest of the Dutch East Indies, leaves, Malaya, which are, doing a lot of rubber and a lot of, we can click here, we can see there's a lot of resources down here. So there's a lot of wealth. They just may want to, keep some direct oil, but negotiate a settlement out. So they think a quick naval war and a quick sort of Blitz Island Creek war will, if they can sink the American fleet, sink the British fleet, Prince of Wales and Repulse down here, sink all that, take this stuff, negotiate a situation that will allow them to continue fighting in China. So they think, hey, we can't win this one war. Let's try another one, see if we can win that one. And if we can win that one, we've won. We'll win. But if we can't win it, well, we're fucked. Well, they were fucked. So that is why it's a combination of geography, and I think correctly, if they declare war on the British and the Dutch, I think it could have gotten up to the point that the Dutch or the Americans would have gone to war, but it wouldn't have been a everybody agreeing on the war. It would have been a controversial war. Should we have gotten into it? We just jumped up here. We got some effect, it looks like. Okay. Right. Well, let's save this. So does that, Better Cole, does that explanation sound reasonably good? Reasonably correct? That's my understanding is geography, because we had fleets here, we had soldiers here, Marines. There was some army troops too. So yeah, it's going to be a war. And they felt there's going to be a war anyway, so let's just do it and do it fast. Well, I think that'll be it for this episode. I want to thank everyone. Frederick Kroll, I know Finnegan has gone. Arno, I don't know if you're still around, but thanks everyone. Toyjet, Eric. Tomorrow, Eric and I think Arno, we're going to be playing Postscriptum, the sort of cooperative. We're going to try to do some cooperative tank drivings and whatnot. So hopefully that'll be fun to come and hang out and watch us and see 3 or 4 guys try to drive a tank together and shoot up at some enemies and see how all that goes. Hopefully it'll be fun to hang out and watch with us. If you have postscriptum and want to join us, please do. Just I gotta make sure mine's up to date, up to date, and so everyone update their postscriptum, and hopefully we'll see everything tomorrow. Thanks, everyone. See you later. Bye. We're almost out here.